please proceed to the booth at the back of the room right now. Thank you. All right. Good morning once again, and a warm welcome to everyone here. I have seen you guys greet each other and get to know who is sitting next to me. As we are going to start soon, hope you enjoy the day. Allow me to remind you once again that if you need assistance for interpretation, there is a booth available to translate the speakers who are speaking in English to Bahasa Indonesia or vice versa. Please let us know what language do you speak the most, and we can help you to have the interpretation tool at the booth at the back of our room. And allow me to introduce myself. I am Azar, your Master of Ceremonies for today's seminar on digital childhoods, strengthening children's rights and online safety in Asia and Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, we often say that children are our future, but today, that future is being built in a digital space that never sleeps and never forgets. For generations, we have built fences around playgrounds and put locks on our front doors to keep our children safe. But now, in 21st century, the playground is global and the front door is a screen in our pocket. We are here today because we believe that human rights do not end where the internet begins. A child's right to privacy, to dignity, and to safety is just as vital online as it is offline. Whether in a bustling city in Asia or a quiet town in Europe, our mission is the same: to ensure that while our children swipe and click their way through the world, they are protected, empowered, and respected. Let us today to bridge our continents and build a safer digital home for the next generation. So, to officially begin our event, I would like to invite Dr. Julia Nofrita, Director Program and Development from the Habibie Center, to deliver the opening remarks. Since completing her master's, Dr. Julia has been working to strengthen the provision of education in Indonesia through NGO that she co-founded that seeks to strengthen the capacity of community groups. Please welcome Dr. Julia.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, moderators, guests, and fellow advocates for children's rights. It's really both an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to this important seminar on digital childhood, strengthening children's rights and online safety in Asia and Europe. To commemorate the International Human Rights Day, we're sharing and learning together on this critical issue. Our appreciation to CAS Singapore and IIER team for our partnership and collaboration. Thank you, Valentina and Kakak Rafsi and Kakak Ezer for your leadership, and all the team members for working together that makes this event possible. And of course, to our excellent speakers and amazing moderators who will enlighten us with their insights today. We have Ibu Deci. Hopefully, she'll arrive soon. And Mr. Chan Cho-yun. This is like, thank you for flying away from Germany. And of course, Professor Mark Finlay and Mr. Ram Tiwari, who will join us online. And then we will have the session of youth speakers later. So we will be grateful to have later, Jaden will join us. Jaden Christian Budiman, Sinta Resmi Chakra Ningrat, and Talita Almira Salsabila. And of course, our amazing moderators here, Mbak Andini Effendi, and also Dr. Indri will be facilitate the roundtable discussion later, and also Ms. Jaslyn Gunawan for the youth session. We're really excited kind of with this session together. I believe the topic today deeply resonated with each of us as we reflect on the evolution of childhood in the digital age. When I was a child, I often looked for a quiet corner, a hidden spot where I could immerse myself in the world of books or magazines. In those moments, I found comfort and adventure away from the distraction of the outside world. I cherish the freedom to explore my imagination, to dream of distant lands, and to aspire to travel the world one day. Books were my companions, my escape, my teacher. The topic today really reminds me a lot, and also like the challenge for the future. Because as I stand before you today, I cannot help notice the stark contrast between my childhood experience and those children today. The digital landscape has transformed the way young people engage with the world. While the technology offers remarkable opportunities for learning and connection, it also presents significant challenges. Children are increasingly drawn to screens, often at the expense of the rich, touching experience that books once provided. This shift has profound implications. Children today are exposed to a vast array of digital content, which, without proper supervision, can leave them very vulnerable. The attraction of gadgets often pull them away from nature, physical activity, and face-to-face interaction. We see a generation that is in many ways becoming more isolated, struggling with mental health issues, and facing the physical consequences of an inactive, lacking of exercise lifestyle. As we navigate this digital age, it's essential that we learn from both Asia and Europe in regulating children's rights in the online space. We must advocate for policies that prioritize the safety and well-being of children, ensuring that they have access to safe and enriching digital environment. This includes fostering digital literacy, promoting healthy screen time habits, and encouraging a balanced relationship with technology. In closing, let us remember that the digital world should enhance, not replace, the richness of childhood experiences. It's our collective responsibility to create an environment where children can thrive, where their rights are upheld, their voices are heard, and their safety is paramount. Together, we can build a future where technology serves as a tool for empowerment, allowing children to dream, explore, and grow in a safe and nurturing environment. So thank you for being here today and for your commitment to this vital cause. We look forward to working together to strengthen children's rights and ensure a safer digital landscape for generations to come. Thank you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What a touching message from Dr. Julia. Thank you so much. Next, representing our partner, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Singapore, Ms. Valentina Scott will do an opening remarks as she is the Program Manager, Rule of Law Program Asia. Ms. Valentina is a German citizen working in Singapore. With her law background, Ms. Valentina works closely with international governments to advocate things that matter, which include children's rights and online safety. Please welcome Ms. Valentina.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and esteemed experts, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's conference in commemoration of Human Rights Day 2025. My name is Valentina Schott and I serve as Program Manager at the Rule of Law Program Asia of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung based in Singapore. While we have traditionally marked Human Rights Day through our social channels, I'm delighted that this year we were able to organize an in-person event in cooperation with the Habibi Center and with IIER. And the topic could not be more timely: digital rights for children. Today, we aim to address a dilemma that many of us know from our own families: the need to ensure online safety for minors while not restricting their freedom to explore and express themselves in the digital space. This discussion is particularly relevant because just today, the Australian Online Safety Amendment Act 2024, also known as Social Media Minimum Age, comes into effect today. I also grew up in a time when social networks were far less developed. We would log into ICQ for an hour or two in the afternoon to chat with friends, maybe upload a photo, but then return to the real world, playing outside and meeting friends offline, and also reading some books from time to time. Today, the digital world is the real world. And to be honest, I won't reveal my own screen time, but yeah, it's also significant. Yet, we all understand that the protection that we have offline must also exist online. Children should not be exposed to pornography or violent content, gambling ads, and these are just a few of the things and the risks that exist online. To ensure that this discussion is grounded in facts and also that we have maybe some policy recommendations, I'm honored to welcome some experts from Nepal, Australia, Indonesia, and Germany. And they will shed light also to the legal aspects of online child protection. Equally important, I'm very happy that we have some young voices from the digital space that will also share their perspective and help us to find a solution to this dilemma, to balance the self-determination of minors, but also to guarantee their online safety. Thank you for joining us today, and I encourage the audience also to ask a lot of questions, to get into mutual discussions, and let's have a good conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentina. Of course, we will ask questions, and this is the time for us to move to our main seminar session. Guiding us through the session is our esteemed moderator, journalist Andini Effendi. Ms. Andini is an independent journalist and a documentarian. You can find her work anywhere, and she holds a master's degree in global affairs from New York University, concentrating on peacemaking and peace building. Ms. Andini, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy International Human Rights Day. And please be honest, who here that doesn't realize that today is International Human Rights Day? Yang nggak sadar kalau hari ini hari HAM Internasional, coba angkat tangan. Jujur saya juga baru tahu kok. So it's okay. But it's good to know because our discussion is very timely. We'll be discussing how to basically not only strengthening, but this just to acknowledge children's rights, particularly in the new normal of digital world. Now we have esteemed speakers who are here with us in person and also online. Let me just invite them all here. Let's just say hello to the ones online. I believe we have a speaker from Nepal. The first one is Mr. Ram Tiwari, Executive Director from Nepal Forum for Restorative Justice. Mr. Tiwari, are you here with us? Just to make sure. The next one is Professor Dr. Mark Finley, Distinguished Fellow from British Institute of International and Comparative Law. Okay, Mr. Tiwari is here. You can hear us. You can hear me clearly? Okay, perfect. And then Professor Finley, are you also here with us? Joining us online. And then ada Ibu Medio Deci Lustarini dari Komdigi on the way. Okay. And last but not least, we have from Germany, Chan Jo Jun, attorney at law and certified specialist in IT law. Mr. Jun, come join us to the stage. Please come join us. We're still waiting for one more speaker, but we'll go along with the schedule. We're being very German here, which I love. Everything is just like on time. I appreciate the discipline. Okay, so let me say hello to Professor Tiwari, Mr. Tiwari. Mr. Tiwari, can you speak a few words so we can hear you?
Hello, greetings from Kathmandu, Nepal.
Okay, you're okay, live from Nepal. Mr. Tiwari, Professor Finley, and then also Mr. Jun. This is like, Habibie Center is pretty much a supporter of democracy, and in the spirit of democracy, I would like to ask all the speakers if you would like to use your 15 minutes maximum duration to share your presentation or less. Because we want to have a more fluid discussion with the audience here. Because I'm pretty sure they have a lot of questions, a lot of comments to share with you, all the speakers. So I will time you for if your time is up, 15 minutes is up. If you want to use it less, that will be better. But then again, it's up to you because this is democracy. But less will be better. You know, I'm being passive aggressive here. So, Mr. Tiwari, you can start with like. Maybe you can share more about what's going on right now in Kathmandu, because I know that you were on the ground where everything unfolds in your country. And then how is it like the condition now in terms of like digital and being outspoken in social media? Please.
Well, first, thank you for having me here in this very esteemed gathering. I wish I was there. But I'm still waiting for the visa, which shows the kind of social media controls or scrutiny that's happening here in Nepal and also for Nepalese traveling abroad. We have this, we sometimes make this confusion between the moment and movement. Perhaps we saw a moment of youth uprising in September, early September, and then now we're slowly trying to transition to the new forms of society, perhaps governance. So things are pretty much fluid, I would like to say, and mixed with hopes and dilemmas, I would say.
Okay, so you can start your presentation and your 15
Sure.
minutes will start
Sure.
when you begin to speak.
Sure. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me begin with this small anecdote. I was in the Philippines last month, and a parliamentarian from Indonesia was there. And she was saying, you know what, in Indonesia now, we often use Nepal as a verb. So if you don't follow what we're trying to say, we will Nepal you. So it meant that Nepal had become, and we also saw this in Madagascar, somebody citing this, saying that what happened in Nepal became a phenomenon and a verb. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about actually what unfolded in the wake of Zenji movement in Nepal early September, and then I would say the repercussions on the digital space. Many of you might have known that Nepal faced a sudden movement of youth in Zenji. Well, it was also, I would say, impressed by the Indonesians and the Philippine movements, but we had something pretty much unique. But if you look at the background, this is what it looks like. The youth bulge, the population between 15 to 39 is a huge one, as you can see from that one. And what happened in September was that the government was trying to be more stricter. The smartphones, where people so much were dependent on because of the affordable data, the coverage, they were so much also used to using TikToks and Insta and YouTube for their everyday lives. Maybe many people had their businesses online, so they were depending so much on the smartphones and the digital technologies. I remember many grandmas and grandfathers, using messenger calls instead of phone calls to meet people, their kith and kin, nationally and internationally. So all these was happening. It was the growth part. And then there was also frustration against all these, that after having republicanism since 2006, the corruption was rising, there was nepotism, the nepo baby trend was rising, there was rising unemployment, there was also inequality in terms of caste, gender, and so on. So there was a mix of both of these in both spectrums. And the government, what the government added fuel to the fire was that it mandatory the registration of all social media accounts in Nepal. As you can see, the information minister pretty much valorizing this step as a good step, so that we can have a neat and clean democracy was the idea that they want to have. So they also wanted to have a more moral and more proper contents, more moral and good contents. So that was also the citation that the government was doing. But as I was telling you, this was a big cartel or control over the youths. So it was not about safety for them. It was silencing for them. It was something that was affecting many people's lives, be it social or economic. So the clampdown that the government did was one trigger for that point, although there were many reasons that I said, which were under the carpet that fueled the movement. So in September 8, what we call a Gen Z movement, although there was a participation from the broader public, this was taken lead by the Gen Z from 15 to 20, that's how we are calling them here. So they did mobilize, they did stand up through private messages. They also were savvy, techno savvy, so they used VPN-enabled social media platforms to gather, and they did gather on the streets on the 8th of September. So they were outraged against the government, therefore they were around parliament building, government buildings. It was so leaderless, it was so decentralized, and therefore it was uncontrollable. So they even went to the parliament building, stood up on the wall, they painted the parliament buildings and so on. So to control this, the government started fire. So on that very day, there were 19 lives gone in that very moment. And the government in that evening was denying that they were using violence or they were just trying to control. There was no sense of accountability. And so what happened was that the prime minister didn't acknowledge anything about the killings. And we can already imagine when people are killed, that raises the emotional sentiment of people. So 9 September, because the government had already lost morally, many people came on the streets, not just youths. So as you can see, this is the main government building of Nepal. So people gathered around, they stood up, many buildings were set ablaze, targets were made against leaders in their houses. So it was a very blatant form of frustration, coming out. So there was a vacuum of power, and the government had to the prime minister stepped down. So in the transition, there was nothing to do. The army came over, took some control, trying to rearrange things, and then a new government was called. The new government was on. So fast forward, what happened was that in 2 days, there was a completely new government, the Gen Z government, although paradoxically, someone as old as the earlier prime minister came to rule the country, but it was a new government. It was very broadly interpreted from the constitution and then established. So in terms of the message that it gives, it shows that digital rights are like youth rights now. They cannot be called simply technological ones. They have expanded to people's lives. And silencing internet or digital media doesn't silence society. There are many ways how people can bypass. More than that, people get frustrated and agitated by that. And when these regulations happen, and when you cite that regulations are for these purposes, but you don't involve people without participation, which is the cornerstone of democracy, it will, of course, breed resistance. And that is what happened in Nepal. And youth movements, we generally tend to see youth movements in a very different form than the other kinds of movements. They are very decentralized. Sometimes we often blame Gen Z now. Where is your leader? They didn't have a leader. It was spontaneous. And we ask our traditional leadership pattern and say, who is your leader? They don't have a leader. It happened because of the frustration. Youths gather in the way this, the generation before didn't gather. So it doesn't require the same structure of gathering in the leadership. So this is something that we learn from our context. Also, unless the deep structural inequalities of our societies are addressed, I don't think we'll be able to stop these from happening again. And of course, it paved way for the new political generation, the generation of the youths. Now we see that since the new election has been announced, election dates have been announced, there are new political parties led by the youth. Many political parties leaders resigned and paved way for the youth leaders. So certainly it's an emergence to new political generation. So digital rights become youth rights. Digital democracy becomes digital and youth democracy, and this ensues a new forms of structure in Nepal. That's what we can see. Moving forward, I would say that we cannot always consider youths as passive recipients, like we have been talking about youths as like active contributors, but not from a tokenistic perspective, from a perspective of voice and agency. That's what we want. And that voice and agency was expressed in digital media, and when that is curbed, we know what happened. Youth participation is must in both digital policy and digital democracy. Accountability is also mandatory for democracy to function, and accountability should come from not just the incidents of September 89, but from what happened to resolve this inequality or the iniquity that we see in society. Well, we knew that there is also large possibility of misusing media, misinformation, disinformation. That is what we have to look into and we have to control, but it doesn't mean that you have to control the whole youth at one strike, right? So when digital space shrinks, it shrinks the belongings of the youth because the youth belong there than anywhere else. And for whatever has happened, we are trying to seek a more restorative approach, more proactive approach, not punitive approach, not trying to blame someone, but trying to see why this happened and trying to find solutions of how we can prevent this from happening again. This is the kind of discourse that we are seeing in Nepal, and in the dialogues that we are doing now, we are inviting youths, many youths who perhaps didn't come to the streets on the 8 and 9, because their voices also matter. They are the ones, they are the future, they are the present. So we are trying to bring them together in the fold. We are doing national dialogues so that we make them accountable, but also see that the society belongs to them, and we create this future as per the needs and the vision. That's what we're trying to do. For whatever has happened, we often take this example. More than 75 people were killed in
Very
those
well.
2 days. And very unfortunately, we forget the number of the victims. Now, when I go to the streets now and ask people, they don't know what the number of victims. So soon have we forgotten this. It's such a short memory that we have here in Nepal, and we should never forget people whose voices fell down on the streets as like the dead body, whose voices are still lying in the hospitals as injured people, and whose voices still count as aspirations in many people's houses now. That's how we see in Nepal, and that's how we would also like to recraft the democracy in the way that's more deliberate and participatory than taken for granted and top down. That's the way we're heading, and as I told you, we're still in transition. We're trying to see what works best. But it's good to see this transition.
Very well. Very well,
Awesome.
Mr. Tiwari. Thank you so much. I'll cut you right there and we'll proceed to the next speaker, Professor Finlay. Professor Finlay will share more on Australia's experience, and we can learn something from the bold move of Australian government about social media. Professor Finlay, the screen is yours.
Thanks very much. Again, I'm sorry that I can't be with you today, but at least I can join you with a social media platform for communication which hasn't yet been banned. I'll show my screen. Okay. I'm keen today to present to you a short presentation about some very complex issues. Basically, I'm going to deal with the comparison between access, which is responsible and reasonable, well curated, and the alternative, which is to ban access to certain amounts of social media for children in a certain age bracket. So the question becomes, are we going to ban access for children? Is that the right way forward? Or are we going to control content? Is that perhaps a better way to look at the problems of endangerment that we want to protect children for? Now, as today is the Day of International Human Rights, it's also the day of the commencement of the access ban for children in relation to certain social media sites in Australia. So obviously it's been an extremely busy day in Australia for those of us who are involved in this type of research and these questions that are important for us today. And I would reiterate what the original speaker said about the importance of this topic. It is absolutely crucial that we look at this issue now, because as social media is moving forward, as Gen AI is taking control of education in so many ways, and also as AI expands into areas as yet even unthought of, we need to have a government strategy which meets those changes. All right, so there's been a great deal of, let's say, consternation and an argument about whether this social media ban is something which is useful, something which we should follow. So on the one hand, in this slide, you can see there is the statement that it's the most significant social media protection ever, that many governments are watching this around the world to see the way in which the Australian government has taken on big tech. On the other side, we have statements like it's insane, there are too many loopholes, it limits free speech, big tech will bypass, it's upsetting for many, it's a threat to regulate, it should be enough. The point about take a break and bedtime reminders are something that the social media platforms say should be enough. But the final issue which I'd like to drive home before the end of my presentation is that kids have had very little say in the development of this particular policy. So why child protection? Well, there are three assumptions we have here. Firstly, that the risks to child safety are not sufficiently managed by content providers. There's general agreement in that. That the harm posed by such content is greater for young people under a determined age, and that these young people do not have the capacity to make careful decisions in their digital world. That's the third point, which I think is deeply contested. And the question should follow, where is the consideration of the rights of the child beyond what we think in a paternalist policy way should protect children? And this is an important point to look at when we're dealing with international human rights. Okay, the advertisements that have supported this change have been quite graphic. You would never offer a kid cigarettes social media is more dangerous and you shouldn't be allowing that sort of danger to continue. Social media is a health hazard. We need to protect their minds, their childhood and their future. There's also a nationalist flavour, the courage of all Australians to save lives. And then finally, a very big political driver is the parental lobby, peace of mind for parents. So the government argues that they've had success before it's even started, that the social media platforms have in fact moved to tighten up access. The government has taken a hard law approach before with the digital duty of care and the news bargaining incentives, but from today there is an attempt to restrict engagement for children under the age of 16. Now, to do this, there's been a desire on the government's part for the platforms to implement age assurance technology, but the Eve Safety Commission does not require this to be uniformly done. The Commission just says they want what they call a waterfall approach with things like age modelling indicators, which are themselves quite problematic. And what happens to the archived accounts that exist now, and when will they be reactivated? That's unclear. Punishment for non-compliance, it's not going to be against parents and children, it's only going to be against the platform, with quite significant fines for breach, although some critics have said the fines are a drop in the ocean for big infotech. And then finally, there's the reality that there will be hacking, there'll be VPNs, there'll be user misrepresentation. And what about those small third-party providers who really are not interested in any way to develop self-regulatory protections for children? Rather, they want to exploit the dangers that are possible. Okay, what about the rights of the child? Now, we hear a lot about the rights that children should have within a protected environment, therefore we should protect them as a right, but there are actually competing rights under the UN Convention. The rights to expression and information versus protection from harm. Now, in the present policy in Australia, there are significant exemptions for messaging apps like WhatsApp, for gaming and educational sites, and some of the social media sites directed towards children have complained about this. TikTok particularly, Snapchat and YouTube as well. And then there's the question of proportionality. Aren't there better alternatives, such as relating to safety content moderation, which seems to have been moved away from? Many argue that it disables social communication amongst children who spend an awful lot of time in the virtual world creating their digital identities and forming communities and developing social bonds, which are important. And then a very important issue for me is the impact on discriminated communities like the LGBT community, those children living in remote areas, and children with physical and mental disabilities that rely on support services that are available in social media. Okay, UNICEF, the UN Human Rights Commission, the Australian Human Rights Commission have all said this is not a ban, it's simply a delay. It's bad because it hinders information access. It's not directed to the root cause, which is content regulation. It does little to educate users about the nature of risk and appropriate social media behaviour. Very importantly, it misunderstands the reality that young people spend much of their time in digital spaces with digital identities in digital communities. And we can't escape that. That's something which has moved to a cultural importance amongst children, and we can't simply turn our back on it. And then finally, it fails to sufficiently engage young people in that governance project. The convention right, which I think is most important, is Article 12. Children have a right to be heard in matters affecting them with their views given due weight. And I suspect with many of the protective strategies that are being developed now, such as the Australian example, which is not the only one, there has been insufficient recognition of youth voices in the development of these policies. Top-down evaluations of online safety, what do kids think? We've done an interesting piece of research that has dealt and discussed with young people about privacy in particular. They're not careless about privacy as we understand it. They're concerned about their digital identity and see privacy more as a communal concept. Young users regularly apply their own privacy protection measures. They make efforts to manage reputation on private digital spaces that they create, and external determinants about their online safety usually are not treated with, let's say, great happiness, great cooperation from a young people's point of view. Okay, we did a variety of schoolyard surveys in Singapore some years back, and they indicated these main areas when dealing with social media. The perception of privacy and risks differs significantly from adults. The perception of harm is more local and not usual, so it's not seen as a common problem. Surveillance from parents and schools may not be positively viewed. Targeted advertising is understood and often discounted. Trust is key to interpersonal privacy management, and trust isn't necessarily generated by exclusion or ban strategies. Independence and autonomy are valued as important in allowing youth to develop productive communal social bonds. Social media is very important in this way, that children now have a greater opportunity to develop social and community bonds, and we need to be training them about how to deal with that, and also training them how to avoid bullying and abuse, both personally and within the communities they create. Finally, the absence of co-creation in regulatory policy will lead to ineffectiveness. Quickly, the last couple of slides. We developed a co-creation checklist for how you could develop policy, including children's voices, young people's voices. The checklist is the inclusion of vulnerable groups within the target community, not just those individuals who are considered comfortable in communicating their views, adopting a conversation approach rather than interrogating children, being relevant to young people, developing strategies that have specific relevance to children in what they want to protect, and then providing and promoting shared accountability. This is just a little quote from a song that a UK band called The Who sung many years ago, "Leave the Kids Alone." That's, in some respects, if we're worried about leaving kids to have some degree of autonomy, we may in fact be failing them in other ways, and we may in many respects be those individuals who need to rethink our protective policy. Just on that point, one interesting criticism was raised by a news commentary recently that if adults spent much less time on social media and much more time with their children, they might be in a better position to understand what their children actually are doing in the digital world. Finally, there are areas for further reading if you're interested. There is a book I produced recently which has a very interesting chapter on digital self-determination, and there's a paper written by Sharanya Shanmugam and myself dealing with empowering young digital citizens, the call for co-creation between youth and policymakers in regulating online safety and privacy. Any of that material obviously would be available to you. If you have difficulty getting your hands on it, just let me know. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Finlay. Maybe we can leave the last slide out, so if anyone wants to take a picture of it to access the document, please feel free to do so. Thank you, Professor. Next, I will welcome Ibu Mediodici from Komdigi. Ibu, you will be sharing more about how to raise the bar for child data protection in the case of Indonesia. Silakan, Ibu.
Thank you, Mbak Andini. Very good morning, everybody. Okay, so after listening to Australia, we need to share about what happened here in Indonesia. Indonesia also has what we call child online protections, because we do acknowledge that there is an increased exposures to online risks, where children are spending more time online, often without adequate guidance or protective mechanism. That has led to increased exposure to cyberbullying, for example, harmful content and misinformation and many things. And we can see that this is the children conditions in the digital space. This is the data by the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Children Protections, together with Safe Online and UNICEF. And this all shows that the internet was not made for children. But children actually can use it safely if they use it with a proper protections and also guidance are in place. So we can see that every half seconds, a child connects to the digital world for the first time. And Indonesia for 2020 is part of rank of 26 out of 30 countries in the Child Online Safety Index. Even though there is a continuous improvement effort has been made, and by 2023, Indonesia has moved up to the second quartile, but we still need to put more effort in protecting children online. What we have learned is that there's a global standards, that we have UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, we have the ITU, UNICEF guidelines on child online protections. We do learn from the United States, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, Age-Appropriate Design Code, and also from our fellow Australia about Online Safety Amendment that has been released last year, actually. This is all are to ensure a secure, age-appropriate, and empowering digital environment that protects and respects children's rights. Well, in Indonesia, we do have also a key laws and regulations on child protections. The first and foremost is the law number 11/2008 on ITE law that has been amended twice to law number 1 of 2024. This law specifically delegate or give the government the mandate to put in place the child online protection, especially in the Article 16A and 16B, where the electronic service operators need to put a protection features in terms of developing applications, that is product, feature, and services for children. So that's how we go, and then we establish the government regulation number 17 of 2025 on the governance of electronic system operations in child protections, or we call it PP Tunas. So this PP Tunas specifically focus on children protections. It regulates the digital governance of electronic service operators on children, and it also covers the children's data protections and privacy, encourage a healthy digital environmental daily. And why this is called the private electronic system operators? What we have in Indonesia, we don't only regulate the social media. We acknowledge 6 types of services that is offered by the private electronic service operators by the government regulation number 71, 2019, and also the ministerial regulation number 5, year 2020. So electronic system providers that are regulated or supervised by ministries are based on prevailing laws and regulations, and also these cover the platforms that have portals, websites, or applications accessible via the internet network used for the following 6 types of services. The first one is that they provide, manage, and or operate offers out and trade in goods and services, for example, in marketplace, and then financial transaction services, and then deliver paid digital materials or content through a data network. For example, it's paid on demand services, and then also social media and communication platform where the electronic service provider provide, manage, and operate communication services, including but not limited to short messages, voice calls, video calls, electronic mails, and online chats. And also we do cover search engines and fintech, marketplace, and social media. So I think this is the complexity grows in Indonesian regulation, because we're not only cover one part of the electronic service that provide through the digital or internet. And why we call it TUNAS? Because actually we have a hope that this government regulation will be the seed of another digital governance that will cover the protections of the children, and it also stands for Tunggu Anak Siap, or wait for the children to be ready. Because this is not about how we ban the digital from their for being accessed by the children, but this is how we can manage to limit the access of the children based on their brain development or their mental development. So it mandate of Article 16A and 16B, like I said, and already stipulated by the President Prabowo Subianto on March 27, 2025. Even though this GR or this regulation is still giving the 2 years grace period for the platforms or the electronic service operators to adjust and adapt to the technology. So we still have we give them the grace period of 2 years. And this government regulations in substance is providing a safety measure to ensure children's safety in the digital space. PP TUNAS governs electronic service operators' accountability and encourage the public to ensure that every child has the right to be protected from risks that will harm their lives and future. And the key points of PP TUNAS, the first one is there is a definition of children in the context of electronic system. And then there is age classifications. There is oblige the platforms to have information and also education regarding the product, service, and product feature and service that they provide. Because we know that there is two types of the product, service, and features that is being developed by platforms. The first one, it developed for children specifically, and the second one, it is not developed for children, but might be accessed by children. And then the third one, there is a obligation to have a parental control feature to strengthen and develop the parental control features. And there's a prohibition of child profiling. And we really urge that there is a best interest of the child principles being acknowledged by all platforms in developing their features. And safety feature and limited access for children, and also reporting mechanism and administrative sanction if we know that platforms fail to give proper protections for children. So through a range of regulations and institutions with distinct yet complementary mandates, Indonesia aims to build a comprehensive and accountable oversight systems, enabling multiple stakeholders to exercise mutual checks and balance to safeguard children and adolescents, including their data and privacy in the digital space. These PP TUNAS also have the limitations for children in terms of platforms that that use account creations. So if the children is age less than 30 years old, they may have an account on a low risk profile and specifically designed for children application with parental consent. And if their age range 13 to 16 years old, they may have an account on a low risk profile with parental consent. And if their age more than 16 years old but less than 18 years old, they may have an account, but still with a parental consent. So the basic point is that the parents need to give a consent in every child movement in the digital space. Next is the electronic service operator obligations under PP Tunas. The first says they need to have and adopt the technology how parent or guardian can share or give their consent. And then configuring the product, service, and features appropriately, and also providing notifications if there is a child geolocation tracking, because they're not able to collect the children data without the parent consent. And then the operations of the product, service, and features is done according to the capacity and the age of the child. And also ensuring the parties that cooperating with the electronic service operation is comply with child protections provisions. And there is 3 prohibition that is under PP Tunas. The first one is there is a prohibition in collecting precise geolocation data of children, apply much technique in the product, service, and feature operations, and also prohibitions in child profiling. And this is about the aspect that is before and after PP Tunas. In terms of definitions, we do now emphasize on the child is under 18 years old, and then there is the age classifications in terms of an app that might be able to access by children, how parental verification and also must display and strengthen the feature, and there is applications of the personal data protection, including the secure processing, prohibitions of unauthorized profiling, and also best interest of children principles. And they must provide safety feature against harmful content and limited access for children. And there is also an obligation to provide education and information regarding how children and parents as users of the applications. There are reporting mechanism and administrative sanctions for electronic system operators that fail to give protections. And the government also needs to establish a systematic coordinations, encourage the participation of parents and guardians in providing guidance, strengthen the role of the community in children's education and protections, because a safe digital space does not happen automatically. It must be collaboratively built by the government, platforms, parents, schools, and communities. So basically, PP Tunas is shared the liabilities of protecting children not only to parents, but to as a whole of community or whole of nations efforts. And there is also how the Article 48 of PP Tunas give roles not only to the Ministry of Communications and Digitals, but also how interministerial and agency has obligation to increase public awareness on the benefit and disadvantage of the digital world. And they also need to provide services and child protections and oversee how the child protections is done. And parent is also our first and foremost protector of the child. They need to help children to choose which applications according to their age and also needs, to assess the appropriateness of the application that being used by the children, monitor how children use the digital space, and educate children about benefit and negative impacts of the digital world. And also the society that have provide education for children, parents, guardians about the benefits and negative impacts. And also they're able to report and file complaints regarding violations that committed by the electronic system operators. And this is where we try to have a collaboration. Next, please. Okay, so the current challenge is at the moment is that we do have a dynamic nature of online content. There is a growing, the rapid disseminations of harmful content and also personal data complicates the handling attempt, where AI-based content moderation technology, even though it's evolving, it still has not reached its full potential. That's why protecting children is not just limit what they need to be accessed, but we need to have a self-moderation, how it will not reach the children. And then the second one is that the development of technology that focus on children, even the more investment and research on privacy enhancing tools and kid safe by design are done, it still required a more rapid and quick solutions. And also, we're still discussing regarding how we can do an age verification accuracy in terms of technology. Because the difficulties in implementing an age verification method that is privately accurate and non-invasive. Many platforms still rely on self-age declarations, which is easy to manipulate by children. And also innovative technology to verify age without collecting excessive personal data is required. And we still need to add more collaborations. The first one is the cross-ministry collaborations. This is the foundation for the implementations of PP Tunas action plan to strengthen children in the digital era and to optimize the duties of ministries agency in accordance with regulations. And just recently, the President has just launched the Presidential Decree number 87, year 2025, regarding the child online protections roadmaps. It gives a national purpose and also what needs to be done by the interministerial agency and also the local government. And close partnership with the private sectors, including the electronic system operators, academics, and also civil society organizations to formulate an effective and responsive policy. Continuous dialogue through discussions, forums, and workshops is needed to understand the challenge and find solutions together in protecting children's personal data. Strict law enforcement against personal data breach and children's data abuse, including administrative and criminal sanction under prevailing laws, it's needed by the capacity building for law enforcement in handling cybercrimes involving children's personal data through special training and development of investigation tools. And also we need to enhance another regional collaborations that is essential to achieve a common goal in protecting our youth's personal data in this digital era, including facing technical challenge. Okay. So I think this all, 15 minutes by Mbak Andini is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Medi. Okay. As we all learned from the three previous speakers that digital space is pretty much political. So Mr. Jun, you will share more the political barriers to the Digital Services Act. We're learning, I guess this case is from Germany. Mr. Jun.
Thank you for having me here. Now this is the fourth presentation and we have so much information. If you are online a lot on TikTok, you would expect getting the key information within the first 15 seconds. So before I would like to tell you a story, a 10-year-long story about regulation, I'd like to give you my key reading. We are talking about access and content, but we have not discussed what the product itself is like and why it is so dangerous. Valentina said her screen time is probably very big, and we are focusing on children and adolescents, but we should also focus on the product to be safe for adults as well. But let me first of all tell a little story that begins in the year 2015. In the year 2015, this lady over here on the right was our Chancellor, Angela Merkel, and the guy on the other side was a refugee from Syria, who later became my client, and who was the first person to take Facebook to court in Germany. His name is Anas Modamani. He's now a German citizen. He's a model immigrant, basically, and every story about Angela Merkel is tied with Anas Modamani. In 2015, a lot of refugees came to Germany and a lot of hatred was poured out over social media. And everyone was saying, well, this must be illegal, this cannot happen. Why is Facebook not taking down those graphic violence, hatred, incitement for murder, things like that? And I thought at that time, well, that's obvious because we have the E-Commerce Act of the EU 2000 that says platforms are only liable for content once they have learned about it. So all we have to do is just notify Facebook and they will take it down, because they have to take it down. If they wouldn't, they would be criminally liable for it. And I tried it. I reported 10, 20 of those illegal contents, and they did nothing. They thanked me for the report, because reports make the platform even better, but they decided that these contents were not against community standards of Facebook, and we don't care about German law, or any law, any local law. That was the position of Mark Zuckerberg when he introduced his community standards. So I thought this could not be. Why does Facebook not adhere to German law or any national law, not even American law? How can it be that in a democracy, rule of law is not set by parliament and the people, but rather by Mark Zuckerberg himself and his community standards? And I challenged that. So can I have that little thing where I can push the buttons to go to the next slide, because you have no chance to finding out when I want to see the next one. Thank you very much. And I keep talking while I walk over here. So what happened is there was a similar case in Austria before that, and I was asking on social media if anyone knows something similar to that, and I was put together with Anas Modamani, because Anas Modamani took this selfie. Oh, that's going backwards, forward. Oh, yeah, this is good. And because Anas Modamani became famous because he made this selfie with Angela Merkel when she visited him in one of the refugee shelters in 2015, he became known for Germany's liberal politics about refugees, of welcoming culture there was, but people disliked it, some of them. And whenever something happened in Europe or somewhere in the world, people were making up the story that it was not just any refugee, but it must have been Merkel's refugee. So Anas Modamani became the picture of every fake story about crimes and terrorism in Europe, be it in Brussels or when a truck ran into a Christmas market in Berlin, killing a large number of people. They say it must have been Anas Modamani. Or when a homeless person was set on fire in a train station, subway station in Berlin, it was Anas Modamani again. Time over time, he became victim of fake news, and every time it happened, Facebook declined to take down the content, or it would only take down the content on that very URL that you reported and not everywhere on the platform, which is not efficient, obviously. So this selfie became subject of a case I took to court in Germany for the first time at that time. And because we demanded Facebook take down not only this picture on this very URL, but everywhere on Facebook, which they would not want to do. And so this court case became known internationally. Washington Post, Al Jazeera, New York Times, they all had the story about fake news. This is just a couple of months before the first American election, where fake news became a broader topic. And we took it to court, and Facebook said, well, we would need a wonder machine to find this picture. We have so many billions of new content every day. It would just be impossible. And the judges, they were unsure. They said, none of us is on Facebook. And the technological questions, even though they were just debated widely on media, and everyone said, no, this is bullshit. Facebook is making a bullshit claim. That's actually one of the headlines then. They said, we don't have the means today to find a verdict, to find responsibility for Facebook, because simply we don't have the law. So he lost the case. And that was the best lost case that ever happened, probably, because it sparked the discussion that something unjust is going on and we need rules for that. So this meant if Mark Zuckerberg is not willing to make rules that fit for victims of libel and slander than democracies have to. That's when, at that time, we were planning on an act that would simply impose transparency obligations. But with more pressure in the coalition, then the Minister of Justice, with this case going on and with the pressure in the public that something is wrong on social media, they imposed a law for the first time that provided penalties of up to 50 million euros for not taking down illegal content, for systematically failing content moderation. And that was the network enforcement law that was presented only 6 days after the verdict. I was in close interaction with the government, the ministry at that time. And the Network Enforcement Act was, well, created panic among platforms, but also about those people that profited from those freedoms and the lack of jurisdiction in the online world. And also among NGOs and freedom societies, NGOs that were fearing censorship. And that's typically still an ongoing debate, because that's just a very small path of good regulation and censorship, obviously. But now we're making a leap here into taking over Orvex. What happened after network enforcement law is that people were thinking this should rather be on a wider scale, on a European scale. So what happened after the Network Enforcement Act was the Digital Services Act. And I was thinking, well, probably that's a good idea. Probably the European Commission has more power against platforms than national states. And we just learned this weekend that for the first time, the European Commission has fined X for a fine of 120 million euros. And the reaction of Elon Musk is, we should abolish the European Union, something like that. So that's the discussion going on in Germany currently. A lot of things, some people were saying, great, finally we are taking back control over social media in Europe. And the others would say that's still censorship. No matter what this was about, it was about transparency and blue check marks. But we will always have those people who don't want law to be in place. And they are usually against any kind of regulation. So Elon Musk took over X, and we were talking about CSAM, child pornography, abuse material. X would block out some of the hashtags that those users would use, but when Elon Musk took over, and he kept saying he is an advocate of extremism, of free speech, but also for pornography, he just re-allowed all those things. What was that, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that sign? It's a 5 minute, oh God, I have to hurry up. Thank you very much. So I'll just speak twice the same speech. And we have the same discussion going on, and we will not show the video. We don't have time for that. I was on a talk show on television. Maybe that's the reason why Konrad Adenauer Foundation invited me. Thank you very much for bringing me all the way from Germany here. And the topic of that talk show was put your smartphone away. And we keep talking about parents' responsibility at that time. And my take on that is, whenever we say parents' responsibility, the people from social media lean back and grin and say, well, now we've made it someone else's problem. But it shouldn't be someone else's problems. We cannot, I mean, I have children, we have children 15 and 17-year-old. It's really hard to tell them to put down the smartphone. Why do we accept such an unsafe product and leave it to the parents to do the control and make it a safe product by banning access overall, when there is a means to make a product more safe? And we're not talking about contents that should be taken down or not, but actually the algorithms that make us so sick, the doom scrolling and the selection of content for young people. Young people will be presented with that content that's interesting for them. And you could say, well, that's what's wrong with being interesting. What's interesting for a 15-year-old is typically, in Germany, for example, extremist political views. They love that. That's interesting, they see that. So what happens is the algorithm intoxicates our people, young people or old people, and that's something we should focus on. And one last thing, we will be talking about age verification system, and we will hear from someone from Meta today who will say, we have great ideas on how to solve the problem. But don't be fooled. It's not all about technology for age restriction, but it's also the product itself. So, is it still within the 5 minutes? Do I still have another 5 minutes? No, you want me to, it's just 1 minute. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to this discussion with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Jun. What is the video about, Mr. Jun? The video?
Yeah, we have a YouTube. It's a YouTube clip. We could watch it.
Yes. Can you play the YouTube
so I'm
the
getting
clip?
an extra time here.
Yes.
No, that's very good.
Just before we spark up the discussion.
Warum wir unsere Kinder und Jugendlichen schützen müssen vor der Technik, wenn eigentlich die Technik unsere Kinder schützen sollte. Denn die Technik ist nicht eine Naturkatastrophe, die nicht veränderbar ist, sondern die kann die Regeln ja vorgeben.
So you don't have to listen to that on TV, but
die sozialen Medien wesentlich sicherer machen, bevor wir sie komplett wegsperren und sagen, die dürfen nicht genutzt werden.
You can turn down the volume a little bit. So, actually, that little clip was debated widely on social media after that, because even influencers on TikTok who were strictly against any kind of access limitation were saying, well, that's a good idea. Why don't we tackle the product itself instead of just the access to it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jun. Okay, let's start the discussion. I'm pretty sure there are people here who would like to ask or comment or anything. Tapi, let's see if we still have Professor Lindy and then also Mr. Tiwari. Are you still with us here? Professor Finley and Mr. Tiwari? Okay, very well. Let's just ask the question to you, the speakers who are with us here. So since this is very political and then social media or digital world keeps on evolving day by day. It's like by minute even, right? Do we need more regulation though? Yeah, please, discussion.
Well, regulation is not sexy. That's complicated. It's much easier to say, let's just kill switch and turn off the entire thing, as well as it's easy to say, well, let's leave freedom and leave it to the parents. So these are two easy solutions, but they are both wrong.
Very well. Well, I think that we still see the digital world as a medium to have an expressions, participating. So I don't think that overregulation will allow that to do so. So what we have here is that we need to share the liabilities. It's not just regulating it, but how the regulation can be enforced in the first place.
Okay, very well. Professor, are you still with us, Mr. Tiwari? Masih ada bersama kita? Oh, Professor Finley? Okay. Yes, your point of view, Professor. Sound up, sound up.
Case with the way in which digital technology develops, because the simple fact is that most of our regulatory devices are out of date. A best example is when we do have court cases, when we have government intervention, when we have legislation that tries to tackle the content violation, what we end up doing is just simply fining companies that can pay the fines because they're massively endowed. We need to have better enforcement tools, and we need to have smarter regulation which keeps pace with technology.
Very well. Is there anyone here who would like to share their opinions, comments? Silakan, Masnya. Please stand up and then mention your name and affiliation and the question or anything that you would like to ask to siapa. Silakan.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss. My name is Lodri, as well as with my friend Ardian. We're from Youth Ranger Indonesia community, and both of us are still undergraduate students. Me from Presiden University and IPB University. I have a question actually, but I'm going to dig deeper into 3 phenomena. Can I? Okay, the
very short.
Yeah, of course, it's gonna be very short. I'm sure everyone has their own question. My first phenomenon is parents still tolerate their For example, if they're in the train, they're gonna give the children the access to phones just to stop yelling, especially for those
For distraction.
for distraction.
Number 2.
And the second one is the KOL influencer, and as well as to use children from their income or main and side income to raise their source of income. And the third one is media nowadays still exaggerate. For example, use clickbait. Meanwhile, Indonesian society, especially children, still lacking of literacy. So my question is, how do you feel about this phenomenon, and what do you think about that? Thank you very much.
Okay, so cell phone as a distraction, children influencers
Yes.
as a sidekick for you mean side job,
Yes.
and then also the third one will be
Media
clickbait.
exaggeration. Clickbait.
Yeah, clickbait. Okay, very well. To all the speakers, Professor, you want to start first? How do you see this phenomenon, and how do we overcome these challenges?
Well, I'll address one of them simply, and that is that if we rely on parental oversight, it depends on two things that really are quite problematic. One is that everyone has a good parent, and a good parent that's interested in protecting children's behaviour and knowing what their behaviour is. And secondly, that parents have the time or the interest to do it. And I think what we've got to understand is that each family is different. Some families do not have active parents. In many situations, you can find parental oversight is just not possible, or it's abusive. And so I think what we need to do is to start realizing that parents, like children, have their own problems in terms of taking on a policing role. And in that respect, I agree with the last speaker that it's a responsibility that needs to be taken by the platforms themselves in the first place, so that parents aren't given that burden which some parents would find very difficult.
Very well, Mr. Jun.
I'm very thankful for your point, because it emphasizes that it's not enough to regulate access, but actually the content and the behavior of the social media apps. And for example, clickbaiting, that's something you could say, well, parental control cannot obviously do anything about it. But if you look at competition law, when you have deceiving advertisement, that's something that would be challenged in court, and something that's not going on in social media. For some reason, we are very strict about advertisement in TV or on paper, but not on social media. So if we had that liability for the platforms, even though it's a third party making the advertisement, if we had the liability for unfair competition, they would have an incentive to find and take down those unfair competitional contents themselves.
So I think that we are praising how the opportunity of digital world has offered to us for many years. So it's not easy to make them understand there is also the risk that is related to the digital world. Because we already always praising how there is an economic opportunity, how we can be more creative by using the digital, how we can connect to each other, and how we can expand our competence, our network and everything by the digital space. And now suddenly there is risk. There is online harmful content. There is child sexual abuse material. And it's not something that is going to be easy, because it's about mindset. People see digital as opportunity. People don't see it as a threat. Even though now the emerging threat is become more visible, and children is become more smarter than their parents, because children is basically live in the digital world. Not, for example, is us, the parents, we learn to be a digital, to be part of digital, but children, they born with it. So I think that's also a good point, that is parents is always left behind when it's in terms of the how technology give space to children. And that's why education needs to come both sides. It's not just giving the children the education about how they manage to access the digital, but it also gives the parents how they can manage to work with their children in the digital space. So I think the campaign of the opportunity of the digital needs to be hand in hand with the threat itself. While nowadays we know that there's a creative economy, we have an opportunity of digital economy when we have a lot of positive impact, how the digital may raise the GDP and whatever, but the threat is left in conversations. And now we're starting to speak about the threat, and we still have to face the over-censorship issue, about how freedom of expressions need to be raised, how children also have access, how right to information, and things like that. So I think that what needs to be done is those phenomenon is created by the opportunity. And now we need to raise also the conversation regarding the threats.
You want to add more?
Well, actually, you make a very important point that comes up in every discussion that's about competencies for the users and the parents. And we definitely need that, but I would like to add, it is never enough. Because when the product itself is unsafe, no competency will protect you from it.
Yeah, correct.
That's why the liabilities needs to be shared, and the platforms have the biggest responsibility to make it safe.
Okay, anyone else? Silakan, mbaknya. I'll give you the microphones. Please mention your name and affiliation and the question.
Thank you for the time. Well, I am Salma from Laboratorium Indonesia 2045 or Lab 45. Well, I would like to ask Mr. Jun. So I want to clarify your position. Does this mean that rather than focusing on regulating content or placing the burden on parents, it will be better to regulate the industry itself? But if so, how can we ensure the compliance of the platform? How can we increase our bargaining power with the platforms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, there's different ways to it, and one is the one we just saw from the European Union with imposing fines. I don't think that's the only or the best way of it, because it took them 2 years to come up with the 120 million fines, while at the same time a lot of harmful behavior and content remains online, where users in Europe have basically no chance of going against it. The solution we just agreed on basically is liability. Liability is very abstract, but what we need is easy access to law for users and NGOs or governmental agencies to challenge those platforms directly for every single case of negligence, of malfunctioning. Because that liability works very well in trademark law, in copyright law. You know, when you have a copyright against Facebook, Meta, or TikTok, they react very, very quickly because there's a liability, a financial liability. And we don't have that when it comes to protecting human rights. We are protecting trademarks much better than human rights. Why do we?
That's a good tagline. Yeah. Trademark, human rights, not trademarks. Okay, next one, silakan, mbaknya.
Hello, my name is Shirley, and I'm from Foreign Policy, Think Policy. So my question is that I'm really interested in talking more about the sharing liability, which I think it's really important because, you know, I think the focus when it comes to digital children protections in digital sphere is not only from the government itself or also like the platform, but it's also like for the parents and society. But my questions will be, I mean, looking at the society, Indonesian society, and also like European society characteristic, we know that there's digital divide that exists within the society, right? And there are, I mean, parents, they're just, you know, humans. They have different level of educations, and not all of them are basically digital savvy. So it's really hard to basically put the emphasis or basically rely the whole mechanism on parental consent, right? And we also do not want to exclude those children who has no parental figure, for example. What about the orphans? What about the people whose parents is actually divorced? I think you know, those kind of mechanism and that kind of like inclusivity is basically the thing that I wanted to basically invite us to kind of like think about it together. Like, has it been interviewed in the recent status quo or something like that? That's my questions.
You know, this is great. We are building up the solution slowly. We realize what's not the solution. We have the first brick of that, that's liability. But the second is, well, once we have liability, who's taking care of the rights of the children? If it's not the parents, and obviously it cannot be the parents all the time. So what we need is someone with the eligibility to take liability, take platforms to court. And there are different mechanisms, but not all of them are well implemented. In some European countries, we have commissioners on a national level who can enforce the law against platforms. And that's something I would really encourage. Germany is very weak on that. They rely on everyone itself going to court. I mean, I have these court cases all the time. And it's not easy to go to court with TikTok and Meta and X because they go through all the instances, they have unlimited funds. So we need a strong representation, either from a government or an NGO, whatever you choose.
Dari Bu Medi, you want to add something regarding sharing liabilities?
Yes, actually the question is our first question when we developed the implementing regulation regarding Pepetunas. The first one, how we can make platforms to accountable of their actions. That's why instead of just reacting to harm after it occurs, we need to mandate the platform and services to be designed by safety of children in mind from the very beginning. So that's why we include the age-appropriate design code, the risk assessments, how there is, we acknowledge there is a risk, digital risk that need to be overcome by platforms in Pepetunas. There is 7. The first one is content, consumerism, addictions, and also children's physiological and physiological health. And the second one is that how we can require verifiable parental consent. Is that how if the children is in the system, it's not having a normal parents. And that's why we try to look into what Indonesian has. And apparently Indonesian already has the regulations under the child protections regarding how they regulate child parent and guardian. And that's why I think that this kind of conversation is good to have, because we do now at the moment is working on the implementing ministerial regulations, how these Pepetunas can be effectively implemented and enforced in every way.
Very well. Ada lagi yang ingin bertanya? Yes. Professor Finlay, you want to add something? Please go ahead. Please jump in, sir. Whenever you want to add something.
I do. There are 2 issues that I think are important here. One is that the rest of the world is not like the European Union in that the majority of jurisdictions just don't have functioning court systems that are easy to use. And so while the law can be very useful as a tool to tell the platforms this is the ultimate level of let's say, sanction, of declaration of bad behavior, we need something below that. And I think what we're missing here too is that consumer or data subject action is a very powerful tool. If young people and their parents as social media users were to actively resist the propagation of bad content by not using the platforms, by leaving the platforms, by using other platforms, by setting up their own policing tools, you're going to find a much more effective way at a grassroots level of hurting the platforms. See, the platforms currently can't operate without human data. They need human data. They need you to go online and put your questions, your posts, your statements in order for them to make money. Now, if you are the data subject, you are powerful. But as an individual data subject, sometimes we think, oh, there's nothing we can do. But remember that it was unauthorized downloading in the 70s and the 80s of the last century that completely shook intellectual property to its grassroots, so that now we have Spotify, we have a whole range of other services for using entertainment information, entertainment facilities that was never there prior to that. And that happened because users collectively turned around and said, we don't want to pay these large amounts of money for access to the data and the information and the entertainment that we would otherwise enjoy quickly. And I think it's important for us to realize that data subjects, if they can collectively join together, have some power. I mean, the Nepalese presentation gave us a very interesting view on that from a political point of view. The change in Nepal, as in the change in many other places recently, could not have happened without social media communication. It was positive. And users and individuals got together and created significant political change. I think users could create significant political change, significant social media change, if they were to be much more critical of what the platforms are giving them. And they're not. I mean, to some extent, the problem is exacerbated by our culture of convenience, by the fact that we as users just go out there and use the platform without even thinking. And then all of a sudden, an algorithm ends up, if you like, indoctrinating us with the things that perhaps it thinks is best for us. We have to be much more critical about our digital dependencies, and we have to be much more active in saying what we do and don't want to read and see on social media.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Daniel from Indonesian Youth Council for Tactical Changes, or IYCTC. My question is, I agree with the idea that the platforms are the ones who need to be regulated, and according to the Australian experience, the Germany, the EU, what are the lessons learned that make these platforms comply to the regulations? And in Indonesia's context, I believe that we have we have the necessary regulations, all the technicalities and stuff. And are there still challenges that make these platforms not complying to the regulation that we have? If they can comply to the Australian law, to the EU law, why can't the same platforms comply to our law? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with Professor first. Professor, based on experience, please share. And then we'll go to you.
The situation in Australia, we don't really know what's going to happen because it's just kicked off. But I can tell you one thing, the information and social media platforms are very, very worried. And they're not so much worried about whether they'll comply or they won't, because if they get fined, they've got massive amounts of money, they can pay the fine. What they're worried about is losing market. If they lose a demographic, which is everyone under the age of 16, which is a huge demographic, they lose an economic factor in their profit scheme. And this is why they're worried. And I think to some extent the ban is perhaps misguided in thinking that kids will comply with it. I don't think they will, but I think a significant number of kids will stop using social media at the amount that they have previously, and this will hurt the platforms. Don't forget that the platforms are in the business of filling our heads with rubbish because it makes them money. And if we can see this not only as a moral issue or a legal issue, but also an economic issue, then I think we can have much more impact. I'll say one quick thing too. In developing countries or countries that perhaps don't have quite the same political clout when it comes to dealing with the platforms, you produce massive amounts of data. And it is that data that the social media platforms want. If we were a bit more careful and a bit more involved and a bit more collectively engaged in the way in which we provide that data to the platforms, then I think we can have greater impact. But I think ultimately the effect of the ban will be to hurt the platforms in their hip pocket. And in that respect, the platforms are going to have to start thinking twice about improving their behaviour, because it won't be until they can turn around and say, look, our behaviour is much better, we are much safer, that other countries will say, well, we won't consider a ban.
Mr. Jin?
I know a lot of things that did not work, and that's really interesting in seeing why do they comply, why do they not comply. In Europe, they did not comply because they did not think fines would actually happen. I mean, the blue check marks are still on there. Elon Musk did not even care about the investigation going on because he was sure that his buddy Donald would bail him out and we would not dare to actually impose our law. Well, that was quite a surprise to everyone that it happened this weekend. So the question is, will they change their mind once they see that the ultimate regulation does happen, like in Australia? We don't know what's going to happen. But like I said before, I don't think that's the ideal position because they will, I mean, 120 million is not a lot of money. He can pay that from his expending. What we need is a more direct impact on his financial status. Like when we see at when does compliance work, it is again trademark law and copyright. Why do they comply with copyright? Because they receive a cease and desist order from a court. They have to take down all copyright infringements everywhere on the platform. That is what is hurting. So what you need to do is some quick acting legal actions. And Professor Finlay just said we have to take into consideration that courts do not work everywhere. But I strongly believe in the rule of law, and we have to set up the rules. If it's too difficult for smaller courts everywhere in the country, we have to make sure we have law that can be implemented by higher courts or governmental, but court-wise checked decisions to implement the law. There's no alternative to that if we adhere to democratic principles.
Anyone else? Yes, the gentleman in the middle. Bu Medi mau nambahin?
Tadi ada pertanyaannya Indonesia gimana, betul ya? Jadi ada pertanyaan kedua. So there's a second question from Daniel. It's about how Indonesia enforce the law. So we do have administrative sanctions, starting from the initial warning, strong warning, severe action is temporary suspensions, and also access terminations. However, what we are dealing with is now that we try to communicate in an early stage. So we ask them to collaborate. We want them to comply by their own will, not because of their sanctions within it. Even though it's going to be hard, but we try. I think that several of my friends is present here from Meta and Google, I think. So it's just that it's not easy to have a compliance, especially when you have a big tech around you. But Indonesia is already start the compliance starting from asking, require them to register. So our first step in compliance is make sure that all the private ESOs is registered in Indonesia, and then we can ask them for compliance. That's why registrations for the private and foreign electronic service operators is very important, because it is our first step to make sure that compliance is in place. And then we're not talking about sanction. Sanction is later on behind. And after complying, they need to have a self-moderations mechanisms in place if it's in terms of online harmful content.
May I just answer that very quickly? We spent a lot of time in Europe asking for voluntary cooperation, and it did not work out. So if it works here, that would be great, and we're the first time, but you should keep on talking to them, because you have to learn
it's not always work. It's not always work effectively, but at least we keep pushing. And if it's needed, the sanction will in place.
That's good.
The sanction's still there.
Silakan.
Thank you for the time, and thank you for convening such timely discussion. My name is Timothy. I am an undergraduate student, and I would like to make a really quick comment from the first presentation, actually, from Mr. Ram Tawari.
He's not here anymore.
But I think it's important to highlight, because the youth movement in Nepal, I think, relates with the youth movements that happened in the past year in Indonesia. We've had Reset Indonesia, we've had State of Emergency, Peringatan Darurat, and many more. So I think the important point that I would like to reiterate from his slide was digital democracy should be youth-centered, because I think in Indonesia, youth movements are youth-centered and also social media and online led as well. So I think that's the comment I would like to make. And the question, I'll keep it short, specifically for the Ibu from the ministry. Yes. So Indonesia is one of the world highest social media usage, but I think relatively we have low digital literacy. And I think to point what the Mba over there also mentioned about inclusion, I want to ask what has the ministry been doing in terms of educating the ones that are in remote or rural Indonesian areas or areas that are 3T, in terms of just educating and increasing digital literacy? Because if everyone in Indonesia are using social media, including those that are in rural and remote areas, how can we ensure that they also get these kinds of education? Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the national movement of the digital literacy. We work together with a lot of CSOs, and we stretch for the 500 villages in Indonesia. Even though there is what we have is that it's a collaborative action between the government, the private sectors, community, and also digital literacy experts to enhance Indonesians' ability to use the internet in a positive way, safe and responsibility. And how we have already done it for the last 5 years, and we already reached more than 12 million people. Even though it's still not enough, it's not enough, of course, because Indonesia is very big, and each region has their own problems. The digital literacy program is still in place, and what we try to reach out is that we work together with the Ministry of Education to have a modules that inserted in the school's curriculum. And we know that it's still, again, it's not enough, because we work, we know that there's a lot of problems in Indonesian rural area, especially because during the COVID-19, they get the access, but they're not really prepared to enter the digital space. That's why we try to have more works in specifically to build the digital resilience of the people. So we try to have a specific modules, not only saying that about the 4 pillars of the digital literacy, but how the Indonesian people can understand how to make them safe in the digital, in how they can protect their data, how can they access the digital in a safe measure. And I think that this is still working on and still going on, and we are going to ask for more supports, and the supports also come from platforms that they need to do also the digital literacy to their users. So this is a program that is basically done within the ministry, and the ministry, we also has the agency within the ministry that done this digital literacy program is under our Agency for Human Resources Development. So we still work together, and then there is also the digital literacy, not only about awareness and education. It also touched the digital skills, including the AI Talent Factory, and we also has the scholarship for the Digital Talent Scholarship and also Digital Leaders Award. So the digital literacy is not touch only the children, but from the local government also, and to the teachers, parents, and the whole public. So I think that what we've done, even though maybe you see it's not enough, the government is not doing enough, but we can have more talks regarding to that, how we can expand the program.
Very well. Ibu, silakan.
Thanks. Very inspiring presentation. Yeah, I'm Sri Sunarti Purwaningsih from BRIN. Yeah, I just following up the question by
the gentleman
for Ibu Medi. Ibu Medi, for the inclusive digital literacy, how about those who are having a disability, people with disability? Do you have any special program for them for digital literacy? The second one, you are saying about the PP Tunas, and also, if I'm not mistaken, about the cyber creasi also made by the Komdigi. So how about in practice? As we know that the challenge by parents in the digital era is the low or limited knowledge on digital risk, and also because of the easy access of digital for access by the the children. Sometimes it's very easy for them to access, but how about the parents who are lag behind in the knowledge of the digital? So how about in practice, your PP Tunas and also cyber creasi in practice for the people, especially for parents, if we want to have digital resilience in the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Silakan Ibu.
Saya izin ngomongnya dalam bahasa Indonesia biar lebih mudah. Jadi untuk program nasional literasi digital itu bahwa ada memang terbagi menjadi beberapa audiens, termasuk untuk disabilitas, yang fokusnya pada peningkatan keterampilan digital. Jadi bagaimana kaum disabilitas itu juga bisa mendapatkan keterampilan digital, kemudian aksesibilitas terhadap teknologi yang inklusif, dan juga pemberdayaan ekonomi melalui pelatihan yang disesuaikan dengan jenis-jenis disabilitasnya. Jadi Kementerian Komdigi dalam hal ini melalui program Indonesia Makin Cakap Digital dan Inklusi Digital itu juga memberikan aksesibilitas untuk disabilitas. Termasuk juga ada program hackathon untuk disabilitas yang memiliki kreativitas dalam mengembangkan aplikasi-aplikasi yang membantu mereka untuk mencapai kemandirian ekonomi. Dan ini sudah dilakukan inisiatifnya dengan bekerja sama dengan provider misalnya seperti XL, kemudian juga bekerja sama dengan komunitas-komunitas maupun yayasan yang memang bergerak untuk disabilitas. Nah, fokus utamanya itu adalah capacity building kalau untuk disabilitas. Kemudian yang kedua itu aksesibilitas, pemberdayaan ekonomi, dan memastikan adanya inklusivitas untuk akses ataupun kreativitas digital bagi disabilitas. Kemudian dari sisi in terms of parents, we also reach out to platforms to work with, especially we reach out for the women community, how those women community can have a training of trainers to share and to teach their peer level parents in terms of how we can use the parental features. Because actually many parents in Indonesia does not know that there is a parental features in the internet exists. They don't understand that. When we, for example, when we see the Muslimat NU community, for example, many mothers ask, I don't know how to stop my children from playing online because I don't have the time to be with them all the time. So is this possible to have a technology that can make the children to stop playing when the parent is not near them? So we think that there is a lot of parental control features that have been built. And it's time to make sure that all parents know that there is a technology can help, and we also can test whether this technology is already effectively able to make parents to control their children in the digital. So we can use both sides, that how we can manage to fully utilize the technology and how effective this technology can protect. And this is what we already done. We already done it in Jakarta, working together with the Ibu-Ibu PKK in the Provinsi DKI Jakarta. And we also encourage parents to give a report or complaints whether this is already can be used effectively.
Okay, the lady in the back, silakan. Silakan namanya dan juga afiliasinya.
Okay, thank you. My name Nur Fadila. I am from the literate generation community. Data show the children's digital literacy in Western Europe in general higher than in some developing countries in Asia, as all children in Asia are more vulnerable to online fraud and digital exploitation. My question, compare the approach of Asia and Europe countries to improving children's digital literacy, and what are the most realistic long-term intervention to reduce this gap, particularly in Indonesian? Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the question will be for Mr. Jun in comparison with Western Europe, and then Professor Finlay can also jump in on this.
It's really difficult to compare if I don't know enough about Indonesia, but I can just describe what happens in Europe, and it's not much. There's a lot on display. There's a lot of programs, of course, but in the end, we are always lagging behind. Of course, we want digital literacy into schools, but teachers realize, and I assume it's similar here, they're always 2 or 3 years behind. You have a generation of young teachers who says, I can explain things to students, but then it turns out that the same curriculum that you've used for 3 years is not up to date. So it is quite a challenge, and we in Europe do not have the solution yet.
Professor Finlay?
I think the best way of dealing with the issue when you're looking at digital literacy from the point of view of young people is to find out what language they use online. It's not just simply something like how many courses did they do, or can they code, or any of that sort of empirical measure. You've actually got to spend time with young people understanding the language they use, how they talk, when they talk, and why they talk. That's literacy in a, let's say, communication sense. There are other issues that I think are very important that we are behind on. I agree with the comment made a moment ago, and that is with digital commerce. Digital commerce and the replacement of a cash currency is happening so fast that many young people, and certainly many old people, are way behind the changes that are occurring. Young people now, for example, do most of their commercial transactions in developing countries and in developed countries online without cash. And if that's the case, then we need to be training young people about the risks associated with digital commerce. See, in the old days, you could simply go and buy something from the shop because you could see it, you could touch it, you could feel it. Now, the notion of buyer beware, the idea of old-fashioned contract law is gone, because most people in most situations now, even in quite developing countries, are doing much of their commercial transactions online. So I think we need to be teaching young people and their parents about simple issues that relate to fast change in areas that might directly harm them. And digital commerce is one. One of the areas where most scams occur are not in relation to, say, social or human relations. It's in relation to economic matters, in relation to commercial matters. And I think that's where our training should be geared towards areas of most vulnerable risk and areas where the digital world is transforming very quickly.
I see we still have Mr. Tiwari here. Maybe Mr. Tiwari, you can share your point of view. So according to the last lady who asked a question, countries in the southern hemisphere are more advanced in terms of digital literacy compared to the Western world. So, but in terms of an example of Nepal, turns out that democracy was sort of born based on the digital movement, right? So is that the case in your country? Like, what is like the I guess like not only literacy, but also the understanding of digital platform to use, for them to use of a freedom of expression. Is it more of a city or more of a, like a society in the city, or is it also in the rural areas as well?
Well, that's a great question. Maybe I would like to begin by mentioning the fact that not just us, the kids, the children use technology, and the technology uses us as well. So that part we have to make it clear to the children, to the youths, and also to ourselves. The second is we sometimes think that access to technology is a technical skill, or it's something more technical, mechanical, while it should be understood as more civic right. As a citizen, you should be able to express in whatever forms, and technology could be one of those. In Nepal, maybe I would like to mention the fact that the new prime minister that we have now after the Gen Z movement were chosen from the digital platform called Discord. Can you believe? Everybody joined, they had their say, and then based on the majority of the votes, the new prime minister was nominated, and taken to the formal nomination. But of course, like you were saying, it's more urban than rural. There's a great digital divide, although the divide is shrinking. There's a great digital divide, and we can see that these prediction measures the resilience to the digital harms. We can find more in the urban centers than in rural places. In rural places, we've seen kids, clicking anything. There are no parental safeguards. But well, in terms of protection, that's the case. There's a divide. But in terms of democracy, in terms of expressing what they want to express, we find it like ubiquitous all across Nepal. People are using smartphones, various platforms to express their needs or the voices. So digital literacy is certainly enabling digital democracy. However, that's not without risks.
Very well. Okay, we still have more questions from the floor. Silakan, Mbaknya.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Gabi. I'm from UNODC, Indonesia. Because we're talking about the children's rights, so I would like to, stepping back about talking about the rights itself. I was wondering about what was the rationale of the government of Australia to put the threshold on the age of 16? Because if we are seeing about the definition of children itself, children is under 18 years old. And if we are seeing scientifically, if the consideration if that the children itself still cannot think critically about about the decision-making process, when we see about the neuroscientists, a lot of them saying that the development of our prefrontal cortex only develop fully on the age of 21st, 22nd. So it is always wondering why the age of 16 it's become the threshold of the regulation itself. This is a question most of you can, maybe Professor Finlay can answer also, because this is maybe a food for thought from myself, because we need to remember that children is not a homogeneous category. We need to understand that the children itself from age 0 to age 18, there are several developmental stages that we need to respect. Even under the CRC article number 5, when we are, that regulation need to respect the evolving needs and developmental of age of the children. So this is for all of us here who are adults. We're trying to make a regulation so we become a policymaker for children itself, to consider that children from age 0 to 18 is not a homogeneous subject. So we need to think clearly about the developmental stage of the children itself. Pre-adolescent, after adolescent is quite different. So whenever we put a threshold towards ages, limiting the ban and also maybe creating something that is age appropriate, we need to think clearly about what age actually we're talking about. what is the children, which subject that we are talking about. So that is maybe my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's good for discussion. Okay, I'll open with Professor Finley. Go ahead. Sound up, please. Control room.
Sorry. It's a good question. I think the simple answer as to why 16 was chosen was because it's a moral age rather than a legal age. So that if you look at most legal qualifications of young people, it's up to 18. Certainly, if you're looking at moral questions, it's usually up to the age of 16. I think these age distinctions really are very arbitrary, and when it comes to digital restrictions, they're almost impossible to enforce anyway, because the technology for age modeling that exists currently is pretty primitive, and even if it's going to be comprehensive, the amount of personal data it risks in exposing the process of identifying age creates one problem rather than solving another. I mean, I just add to the point that you made about children being a diverse demographic. I was talking to a young person who has ADHD recently. He is extremely intelligent, most probably relative to all the children of his similar age. He's much more mature, but he's socially very immature. Now, if you thought about his needs in social media, his needs are very high because he needs to communicate in rather, if you like, impersonal ways. But in terms of his vulnerability, they're also very high because he can expose himself to situations of social danger because he's not as mature when it comes to social experience. I have great difficulty when it comes to age restrictions in most prohibitive situations. But I think it's even worse when in Australia and in most countries of the world now, we ban social media, we restrict social media in relation to things that we would expose children to, and at the same time we have prolific advertising for gambling. So the hypocrisy associated with age restriction is really worrying. And secondly, the idea that all children are the same is worrying. And add to the fact that you've got a situation where we pretend that there's not a problem with, say, gambling on one hand, and yet with the attempt to try and protect children from harmful content, we say 16 is the cutoff and that's it. I think it creates great problems if the regulatory mechanism is not also aligned with very careful understanding of how children think and how children act. Because there's no point in talking about children's rights unless you look at it from the point of view of how children see their rights. And that becomes extremely important when we're talking about protective behaviour. You will not develop a protective regulatory strategy anywhere in the world for children dealing with social media unless you start with children first. Because we too often think that it's an issue for parents, it's an issue for governments, it's an issue for lawyers, it's an issue for teachers, while at the same time realizing that children themselves create their social communities online, and we need to understand how that works if we're going to create a sensible support mechanism that helps them in the regulatory process as well. So, great question. Thanks for it.
Zarjun, you want to add?
Well, there's the real world and there's the legal world. And obviously there are gaps between those worlds, and age restrictions are always very arbitrary. The age of 16 is also seen in data protection. And also one point I would like to make is we have to look at the civil rights, because we are restricting rights of young people when we restrict their access. And the older they are, the harder it is to restrict those civil liberties. So that's why legal people come up with some cutoff age being 16 or 14, whatever it is. There's no claim of that being a good idea. for real world.
Very well. Ibu?
I don't think I need to answer that because Indonesia is already adopting layered entry approach of age.
Okay, very well. What about Mr. Tiwari?
Well, I think everything is properly covered, except the fact what I wanted to add was the age 16, which is seen as the transition or the gray zone between the need for protection and the transition towards youth autonomy. Somehow that is one of the reasons why we also had the age 16 as the age of the child, but then it was owing to international standards raised to age 16 6 years ago. But the idea still is that we give citizenship cards to children who are 16, so that transition towards autonomy is signaled perhaps by that age.
Okay, I would like to ask the last question to all the speakers. Since we're talking about digital childhood here, how we can protect the children's rights, and also how can we make the digital space safe for them, not only the children, but also as a community, like Ibu Medi says, because children are not alone in this. There's a parent involved, and then there's a whole community there to support this. If you have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the opportunity to have a sit down with all the big tech bosses of TikTok, of Elon, of Zuckerberg, what will be your first suggestion to them that they should comply if we're talking about digital safety and children's rights on a digital space? I'll start with Mr. Tiwari, and then Professor Finley, Ibu Medi, and then closing with you, Mr. Jun. Go ahead, Mr. Tiwari.
Well, certainly the platforms that you mentioned are business platforms, of course. They have business intent, and with business come harms along with possibilities, right? So the responsibility part is something that even I know Meta is doing a lot in this, but this is something that has to be very much inbuilt, and the ISPs or the internet service providers in the country also have to be more aware about it. But this is the technological part. What I would like to reiterate is the harms that are caused by online forms or the online kind of attacks or violence that happens to children sometimes become irreversible. That's why I would like to request all these companies, if I were given a chance, to be like more intentional and make policies that speaks to the local realities, the diversity on the ground, as one lady was mentioning. Also respect the heterogeneities, and sometimes consider that this is not just technological, right? It's also civic space in certain countries. In certain circumstances, probably respecting that diversity, respecting the local culture will also be useful. That's what I'd like to say. There is no blanket way of using Facebook across the world or any other technology or platform, perhaps. Respect for human rights, but also respect for diversity is one thing I would like to reiterate.
Very well. Very well. Professor Finley?
It's a conversation I think I'd prefer not to have, but in some respects, I suppose there are two things I would say. One is that I would say the majority of uses of social media are extremely positive, and therefore they should be thanked for investing in opportunities for people like us, for children, for older people, to be able to communicate when otherwise they wouldn't have had that opportunity. You know, think about so many situations in life today where people can communicate because of social media, which they wouldn't have been able to do before. I'm thinking very much of migrant domestic workers, for example, who without social media communities would be entirely isolated. But having said that, I would say this, that their biggest problem is that they see our data as their data. They see us as individuals, as economic product. And until they start to realize that the humans that are contributing to their information highway are humans and require respect at that level, then their attempt to say that AI will be for social good is rubbish. And so they need to start realizing that the data that they're using is our data originally, and it's not just simply something that becomes their commercial product to make money out of.
Ibu Medi.
So I think that a key part of the regulatory approach is to put platforms, accountability and liabilities to handle the complexity of the development of the digital space. So instead making the child or the parent responsible for navigating the complex web, so we need to put the first and foremost is that platforms need to enhance their know your customers principles. So they need to have responsible steps to a certain, for the example, the age of the users, the level of effort proportional to the risk associated with the services, and move beyond simple self-declaration into a more sophisticated and privacy-conscious age assurance methods. And the second one is that platforms need to adopt and comply with the strictest applicable law. It needs to consider the laws of all jurisdictions where their service is available and apply the most protective standards for children, or at least a tier system that meets the specific requirements of each jurisdictions. So by combining these strategies, we are trying to create a more consistent, adaptable, and also child-centered framework for online protections that can keep pace with technology and respect the diversity of legal and cultural norms around the world.
I'm just afraid if you tell that to Elon Musk will be like, how about Ibu, I'll give you more Starlink, so all the 3T bisa access internet, and then I just not comply with all of things that you just mentioned. That is just my concern. We talk to Elon about it. Silakan, Mbak Jen.
I go with Professor Finlay, say it's a waste of time. If we were to sit down today, because today we would just be negotiating and he would tell me some PR stunts, and we would only sit down if we had found the rules before that in a democracy way and put up the rules, and then we could explain it to them. But we don't have to sit down with them for that. We could just send them a copy of our law we make. Until then, it would just be a waste of time.
Very well. Ibu dan gentlemen, online and offline, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for sharing your insights and perspective. And I would like to welcome Ibu Miss Valentina to join us to take a group photo together with Ibu Julia as well. Silakan, please. Thank you very much.
And we'd like to invite Mr. Rafsi Albar and also Mr. Dennis to join in the group photo that will be taken in front of the stage first. And after we take the picture in front of the stage, we can also invite Mr. Tiwari and also Mr. Mark to join in the photo. We will use you as a background. So please give a wide smile after this. We are doing this on the stage first. Yes. All the photographers are ready, so give a wide smile. Perfect. Okay. So we will do this on my cue. First, with the stage as a background on 1, 2, 3. Again. If you want to do freestyle, 1, 2, 3. All right. And let's do it with the online speakers as the background. So we move forward to the screen and we will include them, but I think next to the screen, yes, like Miss Andini. So Mr. Rafsi, if you can also be there. Yes. So the screen is at the center. Okay, get closer to the screen and 3, 2, 1. We do it once again with a freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Give your thumbs up. And that's about it. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers and organizing committee. Ms. Andini, thank you very much for warming our session. It's been a pleasure. And now, we're moving forward to our important session, which is lunch break. So after this, We will fill in our body so that we can think clearly. And we will return to this room for the upcoming session with youth speakers at 2. But don't worry because you will eat the meal here. So there will be timekeeper telling you that the time is ticking and we will start the session soon. And for those who use the translation or interpretation services, please drop the tool at the table so that it's not going to be outside of this room. So once again, I want to thank all the speakers and Ms. Andini Effendi as the moderator for warming our first session. We will continue on the youth speaker session at 2 p.m. Now we have the time for us to mingle, to network, while also enjoying the meal. So please, everybody, you can stand up and go to the foyer and enjoy the meal served there. Thank you very much. You can tell your peers next to you, please wake me up if I were about to sleep. Okay? But I don't worry a lot because after this, our moderator and also speakers are very exciting, energetic because they are from their youth sectors. They are young and with a lot of energy. We want to reflect on their voices about social media restrictions. So allow me to introduce you a very exciting session. To lead this dialogue, we will be graced by the presence of Ms. Jaslyn Gunawan, the Southeast Asia co-lead at EdTech Hub, a global research partnership whose goal is to empower people by giving them the evidence they need to make decisions about technology in education. Very relevant to our topic today. So please welcome everybody to sit, and we want to welcome our moderator, Ms. Jaslyn Gunawan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for making time to be here, and I hope everyone has had a good lunch and is excited for the conversation today. So today this session will focus on youth voices on social media restrictions. We'll be having 3 speakers, 2 of whom are youth speakers, to be engaged in this conversation today. The first one I'd like to call up is Ms. Thalita Almira Salsabila from SMA Negeri Unggulan MH Tamrin Jakarta, a young educational content creator in the making and a very eloquent public speaker. She holds many student ambassador titles and is involved in multiple student organizations. So please welcome Ms. Thalita. The second speaker I'd like to call up is Mr. Jaden Christian Budiman from ACSI Singapore, a debater who initiated Lex Protects, an upstart organization aimed to support young people to advocate for child protection laws through empowering and educating young people and children to know and speak up about their rights. Thalita, Jaden, thank you for being here. Thank you for making the time. And
thank you as well.
Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity.
Of course. Oh, we have one more speaker. Apologies for that. The final speaker I'd like to call up would be Ms. Shinta Resmi Cakraningrat. She is a human rights activist with special interest in the technology sector, especially those with implications to issues of GEDC, gender, equity, disability, and social inclusion. Her experience in SafeNet, Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network, has brought her into many spaces to advocate for this issue, and she has written extensively about the topic as well. Welcome, Shinta. Right, so as we're beginning the conversation, I'd love to hear from all of you here about your experiences and impressions of social media as current users, as young people, how you're using and leveraging the platform, and what you think is going well, what it's doing well, and what needs more attention, or what are potential areas of concern as you see it right now. You want to go first?
I guess I'll go first. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Talita. I am currently a high schooler. I'm a senior at Jakarta, a school in Jakarta. Maybe the way I use internet, basically. So I am a content creator. I'm an educational content creator through Instagram and also TikTok. And I actually see internet as a place where a lot of possibilities can happen through it. So as a content creator, I have motivated a lot of people. I have reached multiple thousands of people from all across of Indonesia. It's also the platform where I advocate for a lot of the things that I want to advocate is mostly on self-education and also development towards students. But the thing where I see internet as a valuable experience is the amount of things that you can learn from it. I guess a lot of the limitations from the past is it's very hard to find information. It's very hard to find different types of education through, you have to go to libraries, you need to see books. But now there's AI. Now there's plenty of resources online. And I feel like it's a very, I'm also a high schooler. I'm currently a senior and I'm going for university. And there are a lot of scholarship opportunities. There are places where you can find and have a better life in the future. But the thing about the internet is that we're very privileged to be living in Jakarta. This is a very urban city, and I'm also a high school ambassador under the Ministry of Education, in which I have connected with a lot of people that are from the rural areas, from 3T areas, for those who are familiar with it, and they have very, very limited access to education, limited access to internet. It could be a good thing because they are not exposed to things like pornography and other bad influences in the internet, but they also have limits to what can excel them, what can make them grow. And I feel like internet is useful when it's done and when it's regulated accordingly. Maybe you want to add?
Okay, yeah, so again, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Jaden. I'm also I'm a rising senior at high school, so I just finished my junior year of high school. And well, when it comes to the internet, I think my perspective on the internet is that it's sort of an amplifier. It's neither good nor bad, but it depends on what you're using it for. So obviously, if you have good intentions, the internet can be a place of, as Talita said, endless opportunities. So for example, I run a nonprofit called Lex Protects that aims to educate underserved communities on issues of child protection and how they can protect themselves and create a safer community around them. And the internet has been a great place for me to, for example, put out my organization. Obviously, a lot of nonprofits, especially those grown by youths, use the internet as a platform to make themselves known to the world. And I think the internet is a place where people are also exposed to a lot of ideas that can be good or bad. For example, education, of course, that's a huge plus of the internet, and social media. It has democratized knowledge. Now, you don't have to be someone who's privileged and always has access to things like libraries to get knowledge. You can go on the internet, you can search it up, Wikipedia exists, educational social media exists, and all of those are good things. But of course, there are also flaws with the internet, of course, right? Not everyone has good intentions. For example, the people who run social media, their intentions can be good or bad. For example, when they want to make content that is interesting and will garner a lot of clicks, that also means sometimes putting out sensational content that can look like extremist content, that can also look like fake news, right? And I think what we have to do when it comes to the internet is we have to enable positive uses of the internet while also regulating and doing our best to prevent the worst excesses of it.
Saya akan berbicara dengan bahasa Indonesia. Perkenalkan, saya Sinta Resmi. Saya adalah salah satu dari penangan kasus kekerasan berbasis gender online dari SafeNet. sangat senang untuk hadir di sini dan ada teman-teman dari anak-anak muda yang berbicara tentang dunia digital di Indonesia saat ini. Tadi sudah dipaparkan oleh pembicara 2 orang sebelum saya terkait bagaimana menyenangkannya mereka punya experience atau pengalaman yang sangat menyenangkan dengan dunia digital. Tapi saya punya perspektif lain yang berbeda terkait dengan kasus sehari-hari yang saya tangani. Jadi berdasarkan pengalaman saya sekitar 2 tahun belakangan ini menjadi penanganan kasus kekerasan berbasis gender online. Di tahun 2024 itu kita menerima 1.902 aduan kasus kekerasan berbasis gender online. Dan tentu itu kita tidak bisa menutup mata bahwa hampir dari separuhnya itu adalah usia anak. Jadi peningkatan dari tahun 2023 ke 2024 itu ada sekitar 21% untuk kasus anak, di mana kita melihat bahwa ini menjadi salah satu dampak dari tingginya penetrasi internet. Di sisi lain tadi Talita menyebutkan bahwa kehadiran AI itu bisa mempermudah banyak sekali kebutuhan sehari-hari kita, tapi di sisi lain kita harus melihat bahwa ada banyak sekali dampak yang harus dikorbankan dari kehadiran atau kemudahan-kemudahan yang difasilitasi oleh internet. Kita melihat bahwa mungkin sehari-hari kita membuat term of reference atau kerangka acuan kegiatan menggunakan bantuan AI, kita bisa melihat atau mendapat banyak referensi dari artificial intelligence, tapi di sisi lain banyak sekali kasus deepfake atau morphing atau pengeditan foto-foto yang menjadi konten seksual itu yang masuk ke kanal aduan SafeNet. Dan sekali lagi ini menjadi salah satu bagian dari experience berbeda yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh teman-teman sebelumnya, bahwa kesannya saya memberi kabar buruk ya teman-teman, tapi kita tidak bisa melihat penetrasi internet atau kegunaan internet itu dari sisi positifnya saja. Tapi di sisi lain SafeNet juga menerima banyak aduan terkait deepfake, sextortion, non-consensual intimate image distribution, kemudian ada image based abuse dan lain sebagainya. Mungkin nanti kita bisa explore lebih jauh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mbak Shinta and Talita and Jaden. I think menarik sekali ya. It's very interesting to have both your perspectives today in this discussion here, and yeah, a lot of positives for educational content, for learning, for young people especially, but also very, very real risks that we have to think about, that we have to look into, that, and that we also have to, as a community and ecosystem, address. So it's not just the young people, the use of technologies, but also, yeah, thinking about governments, the private sector, regulations, and how we can all sort of really make that accountable. Yeah. So I guess my next question, building off of that, is on guidance and thinking through or reflecting back to your education, maybe starting from the young people and then mau dengar dari Mbak Shinta. How do you think, or do you think that your education or your parents and communities have prepared you to navigate the social space? And if so, maybe would love to hear how. And if not, why, or yeah, what do you think could be done better? Yeah, like in schools, maybe, is there any guidance on navigating these very real risks on privacy, yeah, data security, and yeah, would love to hear from your guys.
So I come from a school in Indonesia in which my school is a state school. So maybe that kind of differentiates it with a lot of other schools. It is kind of a prominent school in Jakarta. However, the thing about digital literacy is, I have to say that my peers and the students at my school probably have better digital literacy than my teachers. So that's one thing. A way for us to be safe in the digital world is that we protect each other. That's a culture in my school. But the thing is, not every school provides an environment like that. Teachers don't really focus on digital security in my school. We focus more on algebra, science, and all the usual things that we learn at school. But for digital purposes, even
a lot of the things, the problems that we face, me and my peers, we help each other and we support each other with peers, not with teachers. So that's one thing. But for myself is that I am exposed to a lot of opportunities, to a lot of education. And the education here in Jakarta, which is again an urban city, is very, very well. It's very nice. And everyone is aware that this is bad, this is wrong. But I have to agree, when I was like communicating with a lot of my friends from rural areas and from outside of Java Island, a lot of them are still very, teenagers are explorative, you know, like we want to try a lot of stuff. We're curious and we fear of missing out on what people are doing. And so a lot of the people, a lot of the students outside of Indonesia, in which they don't have access to enough resources in their city, in their school, and maybe their parents don't even have the same digital literacy as the younger generation, they can get into the stuff where they don't want to, but they just did. And that's kind of bad, and because Indonesia is such a big country, it's very hard to say that we want equality. I know it's hard, but we do need to help and support from a lot of stakeholders, from a lot of actors in the field. For Jakarta ourselves, I think we are more educated towards the topic, but for the rural areas, that's where the concern lies. So that's for me.
And especially also, I think, if parents aren't aware of what's going on in the digital space, how can they guide their children to navigate it well? Yeah, like they probably don't know.
Exactly. Like in Indonesia, usually our parents are the one who asks us on what to do, on how do you post this, how do you search for Google and other stuff, while we are here as the more educated, but we are also one of the ones that are most affected in the digital world. So that's concerning in my case.
Yeah, but I'm probably just gonna give a disclaimer. I think I come from a relatively privileged educational background, so I don't think my experience is representative of a lot of the youths in Indonesia, or for that matter, the world. But to give credit where credit is due, I do think that my school and my parents, for example, have made an effort to educate me about how to use the internet, how to use social media in a way that is productive, as opposed to a way that is harmful. For example, I'm sure a lot of schools tell their students things like, you know, be careful of cyberbullying, be cautious of that, don't access inappropriate material online, don't do bad things online. I think the problem is that a lot of this educational material, a lot of the curriculum that we're putting out for schools and teaching students, always going to be years behind what is actually happening. And I think the problem is simply that the people doing the educating, the older generation, they're digital migrants, right? They moved into the internet. The internet existed, began when they were like in their middle ages, so they moved from the offline world into the online world. But the people that they're educating, us, the younger generation, were digital natives. We were born in an era where the internet is the norm, where even very young kids are very accustomed to using the internet and using it extensively in a lot of areas of their life. And I think the problem comes when, you know, the internet and social media, things in the digital world, it's advancing too quickly, and a lot of times schools and regulators can't catch up with it. As mentioned earlier, things like artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly prominent, and with that, of course, there are benefits from that, as in ChatGPT can help with my homework. But of course, there are also a lot of harms with that, right? Things like deepfakes that can be misused, be abused to harm kids. And I think the challenge for educators is to, you know, predict what is coming up soon. They have to be able to know and preemptively teach kids and teach children and teach youth so that they're able to protect themselves as opposed to be harmed by it. Then after that, they learn their lesson and then correct their behavior. So I think that's the problem.
Thanks, Jaden. Mbak Shinta mungkin mendengar.
Iya. Sepertinya tidak ada yang pernah benar-benar bersiap ya untuk kemungkinan-kemungkinan, terutama dampak buruk yang terjadi akibat tingginya penetrasi internet dan juga pesatnya perkembangan teknologi. Tapi yang jelas berdasarkan lagi-lagi dengan apa yang sehari-hari saya hadapi dengan kasus-kasus anak yang terus meningkat setiap hari, setiap tahunnya, bahwa masih ditemukan banyak sekali sekolah-sekolah yang justru dalam tanda kutip melepas tanggung jawab. Padahal anak-anak ini juga adalah korban. Pada peraturannya kan sebetulnya sekolah itu tidak boleh mengeluarkan anak-anak yang menjadi korban ya, dalam hal ini mungkin mereka adalah korban kekerasan berbasis gender online. Tapi banyak sekali ditemukan bahwa sekolah-sekolah ini justru mengancam untuk mengeluarkan anak-anak yang mengalami kasus kekerasan berbasis gender online. Kita tidak bisa melihat ini dari satu sudut pandang saja, bahwa sebenarnya satu institusi, yaitu institusi pendidikan, justru adalah mereka yang paling banyak merepresi atau melakukan reviktimisasi kepada korban-korban kekerasan berbasis gender online. Banyak sekali korban-korban yang sebelumnya sudah mengadukan kasusnya ke kepolisian tetapi tidak diproses, kemudian meminta bantuan kepada guru bimbingan konseling di sekolah juga tidak mendapatkan solusi yang serius, baru mereka akhirnya mengadukan kasusnya ke SafeNet gitu. Dari kasus-kasus yang ada kita bisa melihat bahwa sebetulnya dari berbagai institusi yang kita pernah bicara sampai pada tahap level Komdigi, mereka tuh belum punya aturan yang proper atau yang serius terkait kasus-kasus kekerasan berbasis gender online yang terjadi di internet. Contohnya adalah ketika kita masih disibukkan misalkan dengan judi online atau pinjaman online atau pinjol, di mana banyak sekali anak-anak yang terjerat dan hampir mati di dalamnya. Tapi kita belum selesai dengan perkara itu, kita belum punya peraturan yang proper soal pinjol dan judol, tapi kita sudah disibukkan lagi dengan kasus-kasus deepfake, kasus-kasus morphing. Lagi-lagi pemerintah tuh belum punya aturan terkait AI, regulasi AI, kemudian perlindungan data pribadi untuk anak-anak. Meskipun sekarang sudah ada PP Tunas, tapi PP Tunas itu justru juga belum menjawab kebutuhan terkait perlindungan data pribadi anak. Banyak sekali hari ini game online, misalnya Roblox atau Mobile Legends dan lain sebagainya, yang mengumpulkan data pribadi anak-anak. Lalu pertanggungjawabannya seperti apa? Itu di tahap platform dan negara. Lalu kita mendekat lagi ke ranah sekolah atau institusi pendidikan. Mereka justru lebih clueless karena di tahap yang paling tinggi yaitu negara, mereka belum punya aturan yang proper, lalu sekolah bisa apa? Pertanyaannya kan seperti itu ya teman-teman. Lalu yang kita hadapi lagi ketika mereka semua belum punya peraturan yang proper, kita harus berpegangan pada apa gitu. Jadi yang saat ini bisa dimaksimalkan mungkin yang seperti yang kita tahu, kita cuma bisa berpegang teguh pada literasi digital. Yang sebetulnya semua institusi, semua dari Komdigi sampai sekolah itu saya percaya mungkin sudah ada beberapa yang melakukan, tapi lagi-lagi itu belum menyentuh akar atau pokok dari permasalahan penetrasi internet atau pesatnya perkembangan teknologi itu sendiri. Itu menjadi salah satu dimana kalau SafeNet sendiri melihat negara itu masih lepas tanggung jawab terkait dengan terutama perlindungan data pribadi anak. Itu mungkin itu dulu Kak.
Maybe I would like to add from the Kak Shinta, mungkin dalam bahasa Indonesia. Saya setuju karena saya dari sekolah yang konotasinya tuh unggulan Kak. Kalau misalnya bisa dibilang di Indonesia ada sekolah Garuda macam-macam seperti itu. Saya walaupun dari sekolah yang konotasinya tuh unggulan, tapi tetap saja suatu hal yang seharusnya ya sepertinya udah bisa kita akses dengan baik dan juga kita regulasikan dengan baik, itu masih tetap aja susah, apalagi sekolah-sekolah yang dalam kasarnya itu masih sekolah reguler dan sekolah negeri biasa. Dan dari perspektif seorang siswa, dari perspektif teman yang temannya juga pernah menghadapi hal-hal seperti itu, sekolah tuh memang belum bisa memadai. Lalu juga tentunya kami bingung dong, kita harus kemana, kita harus assist tuh kemana. Dan dari regulasi sendiri memang belum ada. Sempat ada sebagai content creator ya Kak, as a content creator, one of my friends, it is we have to be very careful as a content creator because we're exposed to like a lot of different experiences, a lot of different people, and it's hiring the risk of actually being exposed to the concerns that Kashinta had earlier. And so the thing is confusion. For us students, confusion is a thing. Fear, confusion, panic, it just stirs around and we don't know what to do. And what do we do about it? We ask our friends for support. We ask our friends we feel like our friends are the most safe person in this context because our parents don't really understand as well. Our teachers are not educated very well on this purpose as well, considering that, I know this is more of an educational problem, but teachers they feel like they're not paid enough for this. Because as a state school, teachers are still underpaid, and so they feel like this is not my problem. That's why a lot of the cases they're expelled from the school, right? Because the teachers just don't want to have a lot of problems in their plate. And so I feel like aside from regulations and aside from the ministry, the government, and other sectors, we need to ensure that the teachers have the empathy, the care for their students so that they want to help the students, because an educational institution is where students should grow, where they should feel safe. And I feel like before we go through governments and regulations, we have to focus also on parents and also teachers. Thank you.
Do you want to add?
Well, if I may round off the discussion on this topic, I think a large obstacle is also how easy it is for governments and perhaps even companies to, avoid the responsibility of increasing safety for children online and place the responsibility on children themselves to protect themselves and perhaps even their parents. But I think as we're learning the hard way, that is obviously not the case. And when it comes to protecting children, especially in an area that's basically like the Wild West internet, it has to be something coming from, protection has to be from institutions, it has to come from laws, it has to come from the algorithms that companies put into their apps and platforms. And so I agree, Indonesia has a need for more comprehensive and more structural protections for children.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, everyone. I think, a lot of what I'm hearing is also that the structures, the structures are not yet in place, because I'm sure teachers, schools, they care very much about their students, but like Mashinta said, what could they hold as reference? Like, how can they legitimize this, like, in the eyes of, I guess, the law, the policy, if that is not yet even in their favor, if they don't even know how they should respond in a way that is legitimate and formal, and response measures aren't clear and preventative measures are even more blurry, like in the digital space, like you said, Jaden, the wild west essentially. And it's great to hear that you students, that young people are looking out for each other, but then again, the internet is such a big and often very manipulative place, not really knowing where to run, and that sense of confusion and also insecurity, I guess, right? Like when you're at that age, when you are subject to all these different overwhelming often things that are in social media, how do you respond to that? How do you compartmentalize and navigate? So I think it's a whole ecosystem approach where students, young people should be able to look out for each other, but then also have the structures in place by the school, by the country, and by companies as well, who should really be thinking thoughtfully about the regulations that they have in their apps, in their platforms, but also be held accountable by the nation, by whatever policies and laws that could and should support young people and children be protected in the digital age. I guess that said, maybe we have a final round-off question. I think I've been trying to summarize also as we go. So yeah, maybe these last 10 minutes could be used from everyone's perspectives, experience here, observations also from your peers. What do you think maybe schools, or what would you like to see happen or be more enforced to keep children and young people safe? Maybe in your schools, or maybe Shinta, at a more institutional level. Yeah, like what do you think would be helpful for yourself and your peers to keep yourself safe in the online world, in the online space?
Okay, so the thing about teenagers and the thing about young people is that we love to explore. We love to try new things, and sometimes exploring is not always in a good context. It's not always in the good context, again. And so I feel like a lot of the regulations, especially in Indonesia, they have a lot of loopholes, and there are still a lot of things to improve. And so, because even the forces that, such as the police or the cybersecurity policies in Indonesia, are still incomplete and still lacking. It's still lacking. But the thing about the teenagers is that we are very, very keen, and we are very exploring a lot of things. And so the key point that I would like to advise to a lot of the governments and also private sectors is to try to prevent it from the root, from the system. So I guess this goes more towards the providers of the internet, the ones who created the internet, and how can they make frameworks, or how can they make the internet accessible for children? And so try to make it just from the internet itself first, because policies, this is like a prevention. Policies are the cure. A lot of like reinforcements and punishments are the cure. But how can we prevent it? We need to make internet accessible for children and inclusive for children, and also limit a lot of the things that can seem very, very bad for all of us. And so we don't have the thought or the experience to access these things in the internet. And so by doing that, we can prevent a lot of things from happening in the first place. But for prevention itself, obviously, we need to have more education on parents, on teachers, and also through schools. We also have to encourage the students as well, because I think the most influence that we can have right now is from the students. Because we, as students, we have more digital literacy, usually from our parents, than our teachers as well. And so by educating us and by telling us to keep our friends safe as well, I think that could be a huge prevention system to implement it by the country, especially in rural areas in which they have very little access and very little resources, to teachers, to police officers. I guess by having your peer a place where you feel comfortable telling stories, and because if hypothetically, if I were to experience bad stuff in the internet, I wouldn't be immediately telling my mom, or like a lot of my friends' cases are like that. Like they don't immediately tell their teachers or their mom because they feel like it's taboo. What, even normal bad stuff in the internet, like cheating is, okay, that's very bad. But for example, the cases by Kak Shinta earlier, it's sex education, right? And sex education is still very, very, very taboo in Indonesia. And so even though we are the victim, we feel like we are responsible for experiencing that. And we don't feel very comfortable telling it to our parents or our teachers. And so we need our friends to help us support and help us be safe from other people. So yeah.
That re-victimizing that Bashita
yes,
was talking about earlier, yeah. Jaden, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with a lot of Talita's analysis. I think also an important thing that we need to focus on is treating digital safety for children as something that is important and worthy of our attention. Because I think the traditional framework of child protection is too focused on the physical world. As in, when people think of child protection, they think of don't run away from your bullies, or don't let adults hit you, or don't get into strangers' vans. But what happens if those strangers are talking to you through your phone, which you carry around every day? What happens if your bullies are on the internet and it becomes cyberbullying? So at risk of sounding naive, at the point where more people think that the digital space is worth regulating and worth making safe for children, that is at the point where governments and to an extent corporations are also forced to cater to those demands. But I think also what's important too is balancing the need to protect children with also the desired, preserving the internet as a space for freedom of speech and freedom for expression. Because as much as we are worried about children being exposed to things they shouldn't see on the internet, I think it's also useful to remember that a lot of times the idea of protecting our youth, protecting our children has also been weaponized by a lot of sort of institutions and perhaps even governments to over-regulate or crack down on content that they just don't think is desirable from the standpoint of power and control. And if you look around the world, a lot of democratic change and democratic reform has come from youths that leveraged internet as, number one, a source of ideas like democracy, liberalism that exists, and number two, as a platform to leverage for organization to create mass, coordinate collective action to bring about positive reform. So I think a balance has to be struck between protecting children, but also protecting the digital space as a space for activism, as a space for democracy too.
Thanks, Jaden.
Oke, kita punya banyak peraturan sebetulnya yang mengatur atau meregulasi soal digital di Indonesia atau hak-hak digital. Kita punya Undang-Undang Perlindungan Data Pribadi, kita punya Undang-Undang Tindak Pidana Kekerasan Seksual yang juga mengcover soal KBGO, kita punya Undang-Undang ITE, lalu yang terbaru kita punya PP Tunas yang mengatur hak-hak digital untuk anak-anak juga. Tapi dari sekian banyak peraturan-peraturan tersebut dan beserta peraturan-peraturan turunannya, berapa banyak sih yang sebetulnya memang benar-benar digunakan untuk korban? Karena sebetulnya dari semua peraturan yang ada itu justru lebih banyak digunakan untuk mengkriminalisasi korban atau justru melindungi pelaku kekerasan seksual. Kita bisa lihat, teman-teman bisa baca berita-berita soal Undang-Undang ITE yang justru lebih banyak digunakan pelaku kekerasan seksual untuk melaporkan kembali korbannya. Jadi sebetulnya kita untuk di level peraturan itu kita sudah cukup punya baik peraturan-peraturan yang baik, tapi di level implementasinya kita sangat-sangat payah. Maksudnya dari level kepolisian sebagai aparat penegak hukum, mereka belum mengetahui bagaimana cara mengimplementasikan undang-undang TPKS untuk korban kekerasan berbasis gender online. Itu salah satu contohnya. Contoh lainnya adalah mereka tidak bisa mengimplementasikan undang-undang perlindungan data pribadi untuk korban kekerasan berbasis gender online di sektor misalkan ketika korban mengalami deepfake atau morphing. Mereka pasti akan menggunakan undang-undang PDP ini hanya untuk sektor private atau sektor bisnis saja. Padahal ada mandat untuk korban kekerasan seksual berbasis gender online di sana. Kemudian PP Tunas juga yang hingga saat ini implementasinya masih minim. Itu dari sektor negara. Kemudian kita lari lagi ke sektor platform. Kita menuntut adanya transparansi dan juga akuntabilitas platform terkait bagaimana mereka melakukan moderasi konten. Akan sangat panjang apabila kita berbicara moderasi konten, tapi yang jelas moderasi konten itu kita menuntut supaya platform bisa melindungi anak-anak dari konten-konten ilegal dan juga berbahaya. Misalnya adalah konten-konten tren untuk melakukan tindakan atau prank-prank yang biasa ada di TikTok untuk melakukan misalnya tindakan yang mengacu pada bunuh diri, perundungan, dan lain sebagainya. Hingga saat ini algoritma dari media sosial itu menjadi salah satu yang paling sulit untuk ditebak. Berkali-kali kita klik untuk tidak tertarik pada konten yang tidak kita sukai, tapi mereka juga masih tetap kita akan tetap terpapar. Bagaimana dengan anak-anak yang tidak mengetahui fitur-fitur tersebut? Itu di sisi platform. Tapi kalau misalkan kita bisa mengendalikan atau kita bisa menggenggam apa yang bisa kita kendalikan, misalnya adalah di tingkat sekolah, di tingkat keluarga, atau justru mungkin di tingkat anak-anak itu sendiri. Yang SafeNet bisa peringatkan berkali-kali itu adalah belajar tentang konsen. Karena itu satu-satunya hal yang bisa kita terapkan dan paling mudah untuk kita pelajari, yaitu tentang konsen. Jadi kita selalu mengajarkan kepada adik-adik bahwa kalau mau kirim foto, kalau mau kenalan, kalau mau berhubungan dengan orang lain, tanya pada diri sendiri apakah kamu mau atau tidak. Ketika kamu ingin mengirim foto, tanyakan apakah kamu mau atau tidak mengirim foto tersebut. Karena sebetulnya yang tahu mau atau tidak, pantas atau tidak, itu adalah si anak sendiri. Kita selama ini menganggap bahwa anak itu adalah orang yang perlu kita walikan. Dia tidak memiliki konsen, dia harus dia di bawah umur, maka dia tidak paham konsen. Tapi sebetulnya sedini mungkin anak-anak itu harus diajarkan konsen, karena mau kita se-strict apapun mengontrol media sosial anak, mengontrol handphone anak-anak itu selalu pasti punya celah untuk bermain di belakang kita sebagai orang tua. Meskipun saya belum punya anak ya, tapi anyway itu yang bisa kita ajarkan dan juga paling mudah kita beri informasi dan beri pengetahuan, yaitu tentang konsen. Mungkin itu, Kak.
Terima kasih Kak Shinta. Ya, dan apa namanya, mungkin exposing the consequences also to children ya, karena mungkin seringkali orang tua ini mikir, oh saya yang harus protect my child gitu. I'm the one who needs to protect my child. They should not know about the dangers of the internet, but then by not knowing about what's out there, the risks that they could be exposed to, that would be very limiting to the amount of information that they know and can process when thinking about these consent gitu ya. And yeah, I really like your point, Jaden, also on balancing protecting children, but also not over-regulating in the wrong ways gitu ya. Jadi really needing to think about how we can ensure, like how we can moderate what we need to protect children, but in a way that does not re-victimize them, already having all these rules and regulations in place, but then implementing it in a way that is pro-victim or like protects the victim instead of being very strict on the rules and the laws, but then not really having the intended effect or implication that was why it was built in the first place. Yeah, I think that is all for the session today. We've learned so much from our amazing speakers in the room, so many different perspectives, and yeah, if you'd like to reach out or speak to them also, we could do that after the break or the session today. So thank you so much. I'll hand it back over to Ezer.
Yes, and I think we need to have a round of applause for every one of them. I don't know, I should be happy or sad, because listening to their stories makes me sad that this is happening for the next generation, and they are the ones who need to take the burden, because you are growing up as an adult soon, and you're facing the uncertainties very fast, very complex. So we want to commemorate this event by having a photo session. In front of the stage, every one of you can go downstairs, and then I would like to invite Ms. Valentina, Dr. Julia, and also Mr. Rafsi Albar and Mr. Dennis, to have a photo session with our speakers. Please come forward. And we can have one time of round of applause again to our youth speakers. Very awesome. How eloquent they are is exciting. Yes. Please go to the middle of the stage. Yeah, right at the middle. All right, everyone is ready? Can we have a freestyle? Yes. Awesome. All right, thank you very much, our youth speakers. Very awesome, eloquent, and very distressful topic to discuss. And we would like to continue to our upcoming session, which is so interesting because now we will go to the blanket burns or real solutions, rethinking online safety for the next generation. A roundtable discussion with a moderator, a very esteemed professor, a lecturer at Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia. Let's welcome Dr. Indri Saptaningrum. She is a digital policy advocate, and she has been participating in the discussion of digital children's rights protection, especially the new released PP Tunas. Please come forward. Oh, you will be, okay. Yes, we can see her face on the screen. We will have a roundtable discussion along with her. Yes, we have 1 hour. Yep. Dr. Indri will introduce all the panelists for this session after this, and we can have an interactive session, so please prepare your questions, prepare your comments, concerns about this particular topic, because we're going to discuss about blanket burns or real solutions, rethinking online safety for the next generation. Can runner have the microphone to Dr. Indri, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please do not be confused because, yeah, sure. Saya kirim ke Ibu juga bisa. I can do. So in these sessions, this is actually aimed and designed to be different from the morning sessions where we have all the speakers share their insight and provide question and answer to us. This session specifically aimed to encourage everyone in the room, have an opportunity to synthesize the reflection that we have throughout these morning sessions, and then to collaborate and to have a conversations of a different insight that we have, having, you know, considering all the, if we go through all the material we have this morning, we learn a lot of things, of course, like up until the last sessions, we heard that again, and a good reminder, the internet and technology as well as social media platform is in a way neutral, but we also be minded that as an instrument, it has a good side as well as a downside. And we heard throughout this morning that the downside also include the amplifications and the speed of distribution of, for example, fake news. I heard from one of the speakers on these issues, as well as the latest one we heard from the young generations about the emerging and the increased numbers of violence against women and children online, facilitated by the technology that children are encountered to and engaging to in daily life. However, aside from the downside, we also hear a lot this morning as well as up to this, you know, afternoon, that internet actually, or social media or technology actually has a huge potential to increase and to speed up the learning process, to open up and democratize access to the knowledge so that people and children can have a good opportunity to improve and to learn more from and mediated by the technology as well. And so from the morning sessions, when it comes to the threat of the internet, so I believe the society also believe that internet should be, as Ibu Ides from Komdigi mentions, that internet should be a trustful ecosystem where everyone can benefit from it. But the underline of it, that internet is not specifically designed for children. So there is always a potential that children need a guardian and a safeguard to ensure that this ecosystem is actually safe for them to explore, and to learn. And in that regard, we also learn from this morning session different approach that different countries have, ranging from hard law approach into a combination of hard law and co-regulatory mode of governing online ecosystem, in which involving the contribution of digital platform, the society, the family, school-based institutions, as well as the children themselves, on how to navigate their experience online so that they can prevent from being the victims of this, the downside effect of the technology. So with that, I think, I believe all of us have a lot of things in mind that would like to be shared. So this session is actually intended to accommodate all of that. Of course, with us still, we still have the distinguished speaker with us that also presents this morning, Dr. Let me check so that I don't make a mistake. So we have Dr. Chan Jo-hoon with us here that can, in any point of time, can jump in and emphasize, provide more insight to all the discussion we have. We also have Professor Mark Finlay that is going to join with us online from the, is he online already or is he joining us now? Okay, so while waiting, then we have a new speaker that you may not see in the morning. We have Mas Randy Dwi Novalianto. Can you please stand up? This is Mas Randy representing, he is a public policy manager of Meta Indonesia. So I think it's good for us to give like 5 to 10 minutes because Mas Randy hasn't had any opportunity to share the insight in the morning. So I would like to take my liberty to get like 5 up to 10 minutes before we discuss, to give opportunity to Mas Randy to share the insight about particularly how and what can companies like Meta do in helping to promote a more safe ecosystem online for children. Please. Do you want to stand there or please?
Thank you so much, Ibu Indri, for the opportunity. And hello, everyone. I'm Randy Novalianto from Meta Indonesia. So basically, I think what we can share here is what already being discussed since the morning also. We believe as a platform that today's youth are digital native. Like Jaden earlier said that they're digital native, they're using digital platform, they're going online every day, growing up to create, to express themselves, to connect, and also to learn from the internet. So I think it will... Sure. Yeah, so because of this, we believe that it will be more empowering for youth to still have the benefit of the internet and balance it with the protections that they need. Yeah, we recognize there's a lot of risk, and I really appreciate your work in Germany to also give feedback to Meta, because like what I learned also since joining the company, Meta itself is also evolving. And what happened in 2015 might not be reflective of what our commitment right now. But it is a very constructive feedback, and we take into considerations all of the feedback from our users, including from government. Specific on the youth issue, Meta believe that parents know their children best. So what we are doing so far is we want to empower parents using our technology, using our features and tools to be able to also involve and shape their children digital experience on top of our platform. Previously, up until 2024, we have family centers, which gather up to 50 different tools, features, and product to help protect children on our platform. But we recognize it's not enough. That's why we continue our discussion, our dialogue with our partners, including with parents and also with youth users across the world, including from Indonesia, to then fix, not fix, but to improve these family centers. And based on their feedback, just this year, we launched what we call Teens accounts across Facebook, Instagram, and also Messenger, which then consolidate all of these 50 features that intended to protect and help protect children and help parents to also involve in their shaping their child's online experience. What we are doing with Teens accounts is basically that it will give the strongest privacy setting for everyone under 18 years old. And for everyone under 16, if they want to change the privacy setting, they need the approval of their parents. In addition to that, we also limit who can contact them. So only people that already befriended with these child accounts can contact them. If anyone that is not part of their friends group try to add them as friends, then we will give notification to their parents. So their parents can also review, can also see who is adding their children in Facebook and in Instagram and also in Messengers. And we also listening to parents' concern related to screen time. That is why in Teens account, by default, we are setting a maximum 1 hour for all under 18 users, and then it will activate the screen time warning. And parents can change it into more restrictive timing. I think parents can change it from 15 minutes a day up to more than 1 hour. But parents have the control to then have the discussion with their children and then decided how long they want to use social media every day. And in addition to that, we also set automatically by default the setting of sleep mode for every under 18 children from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And it can also be modified by the approval of the parents. Parents can then have discussions with teachers, for example, if the schools want children to not using social media during the school time, then parents can change the sleep mode and extend it beyond 7 a.m. to also include the school time of that. And we also use more classifier to protect children, to limit children exposure from sensitive content, which is more restrictive than what we use for general users, for adult users. And I think parents and also children have also ability then to add into the classifier specific keywords that they think as sensitive and not suitable for social media, their social media experience. So I think right now, this is our main approach of protecting children on our platform, creating this Teens account. And since it's rolled out in early this year, up to 97% of teens that is classified as using Teens account, they didn't change their privacy setting. They stay within the default setting, which is very restrictive, but the remaining 3% change it with the approval of their parents. However, the real question right now, which is also an industry challenge, is how we can identify age correctly and how can we identify the parents or guardians of the children. This is a very hard challenge, and I think Professor Mark earlier mentions that the current technology is quite primitive, and we recognize that. We in discussion with government on how we can verify age, but with the existing technology, we are not confident that platform apps itself can then verify age in an effective manner and also with a high level of validity. Then what we then propose to government right now is to take a more ecosystem approach, where age verification should be conducted in many layers, and it should start since the setting up of the device itself. So when parents buy handphone, buy device, and give it to their children, they also need to involve to setting it up to make sure that the profile of their children in the device is reflective of their correct age and also correct situations that their children is having. So I think by doing this, it also will help parents. Like I said earlier, we want to empower parents using our technology to involve and shaping their child experience online. With this approach, it will also make it easier for parents to verify age for their children. Why? Because on average, children in Indonesia use up to 40 apps, different apps every week. And can you imagine if the obligation for age verification is only emphasized on the apps level, then parents and children need to verify their age up to 40 times for 40 different apps with different level of protections. And it will also contradict the PDP regulations with emphasized data minimizations. Because for age verification, unfortunately for the current technology, they still need to share a lot of data, personal data, including, I think one of the alternatives is using government-issued ID. However, this is also a problem in Indonesia because not all Indonesians have government-issued ID. So I think, for example, a study from 2015 or 16 found that almost 50% of the poorest population in Indonesia doesn't have access to government-issued ID. So it will then disenfranchise sections of the community if then we are forced to use ID verifications. While the other technology, like face recognition, is also having a bias based on the data that technology platform used to train their technology, and it usually also disenfranchise minority groups and traditional populations, kind of that. So I think that's what I want to share. I'm happy to discuss more. Oh, and also one thing that I forgot to share. On content moderations, I think the context in Indonesia is quite different because, and also the company is evolving, like I mentioned earlier. Right now, when we are moderating content, there are three main components. First is, of course, community standard that keep evolving, and we keep updating community standard based on the input from our partners, including Habibie Center and SafeNet is our partners in Indonesia, so you can share your input to us. But on top of that, we're also reviewing content based on local law or local regulations. And Indonesia already have a very strong content moderation regulations. And you can, Mbak siapa dari SafeNet, you mentioned earlier about transparency. We publish our enforcement data every half in our transparency center. And you can find that in Indonesia, which is quite unique, the number of content removal based on local law, including what is requested by the government, is the highest in the world. Last year, we removed up to 240 million pieces of content, based both proactively and also based on government requests. So, and also the gap between the highest and the second highest is quite big. So I think in Indonesia, we have a good relationship with the government, with civil society, with our partners, with media also, to make sure that internet, our platform is safe for our users. But I recognize it's not enough. Still a lot of things that we need to be done, and sometimes bad actors still find a way to circumvent our policy and our technology. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mas Randy. Thank you for a brief yet very comprehensive sharing on what can digital platform like Meta do. I jot note, and there are at least 4 different measures based on, you know, technological architecture and design that is being contributed to ensure that the online experience of the children will be safe and sound. So starting from introducing teen accounts, limit the possibility of exposure, who can contact them, screen time, as well as the limitation of keyword, in which by design it will limit the child exposure to, you know, unintended content available freely online. So yet, as Mas Randy said, there is always limitations in the technological interventions. Like with this, that means put the burden more on the parents to be involved, in ensuring and accompanying children, you know, experience online. The question might be whether or not the parent ready or whether or not the parent in a good positions to hold that, because in many cases, like in the Indonesian setting, many parents were actually struggling to work, both of them, while they need to leave the kid at home and send them to the formal education institutions. But there is always a time when children were there and the parent has not yet come home. So how would this kind of like burden be carried out by parents? That's another limitation that might be discussed. As well as Randy said, there is always also a loophole that despite the fact that the technical architecture is actually good, there is still a room where a bad person can actually penetrate the system and then do something bad to the children. So this leaves us into, I make some of the probing questions to help all of us to consider and to reflect back and start to contribute. But I believe this is only alternative questions, just in case you are still thinking about what I can contribute to the discussions we have in these sessions. So I also believe we have a lot of things in our mind, having reflected the whole session this morning. So the way we are going to do the discussions, you can respond to that questions, either one that you think fit into you, or if you think I have other idea that is not there, please raise the hand and voice it out, because every single voice across the room is equal and is rich and is needed, so that we can come up with what the MC said, what kind of like solutions that we can contribute and develop together. So please feel free, raise hand from different table and we can start the conversations. Oh, okay. Okay, so I would like, before we start, I've got a notice that Professor Finlay is now here with us through online participations. Good afternoon, Professor. So we are in the process of beginning the conversations. Should you have any insight, things you would like to raise as well, please feel free to jump in and give us and provide us with, or if you want to start it now, it's also good. Or if you want to wait other participants in the room to say their insight first, it's also good. Feel free to do so. I think you're still in a mute. We cannot hear.
I think I'm coming through. Am I not? Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Just two quick things that will add to your list of questions here. One is something that was raised earlier this morning about the 16-year-old limit, the cutoff, if you like. I think it's important to remember that that's connected to what lawyers call the age of consent. And the assumption is that below that age, a young person can't consent in an informed way to a variety of different behaviours or duties or obligations. And then beyond that, they can. Now, I'd just like to challenge that for a second, because in many ways, when we're on social media, we're consenting, if you like, to talk to our friends, to talk to a limited community, but we know nothing about the way in which our data is being reused by that platform and the next platform and advertisers and algorithms. Something that wasn't raised this morning, which I think is important, is not just the risk to young people in terms of their safety from predators or from bullying, but also their risk that comes from commercial exploitation. And that commercial exploitation comes from the platforms selling and reselling the information that young people put on the web. And it's important for young people to realise that when they have a conversation, they make a purchase online, whatever it is that they might do, and then tomorrow on their Google feed, they get all this information connected to that previous activity. Excuse me, that's because the platform has sold their data. And I think we need to be very sure about the way in which we are, if you like, autonomous, we can make genuine choices. Because I think the distinction between 16 and 16 plus is to some extent mythical, because most of us have no idea about the way in which our data is becoming commercialized. And I think that that's as big a challenge in many ways as some of the other risks that we face. The final point that I'd make is in relation to the question at the bottom of your list. And I feel that I should say something about a participation strategy, because I raised this as an important point. And I think the only way that participation strategies work is if we go to young people and children first, rather than the other way around, that we go to teachers, we go to parents, and then maybe we have a chat with children. If it's not focused on young people and young people collectively as the starting point for a conversation about integration, participation, engagement, then it will always be a top-down exercise, and children and young people will always feel excluded. So whether it's a discussion in the family, a discussion in the school, a discussion at the sports club, discussion at a religious organisation, wherever it is, it has to start from engaging children first and then moving from there to other stakeholders who have responsibility. And in that way, we can ensure that the youth voice, the young person's voice, is not secondary or seen as inferior to the other conversations we have about regulation. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Professor, for providing us with 3 points in responding to the questions I put forward to help the conversations going. And as far as I remember, the threat of commercial exploitations are among the issues discussed when PP Tunas is being developed. And I think people across and stakeholders will agree that there is a risk about this, and it's being taken up in the regulation, the issues in the PP Tunas. Yet, again, the challenge lies in the enforcement of that. How would we ensure that this kind of concern, despite the fact that it's already on the text, how would we see that in reality, and to what extent we can monitor the compliance of digital platform, for example, in implementing this. So I would again invite participant, please.
Yeah, I was wondering, if we would be as civil society and government in a better position to discuss these issues, if we would have also more competition between the social platforms. Because to be honest, if I think who are the big players, there's Meta, there's ByteDance, and also the other ones, they are mostly based in the US. I was looking up some European-based social platforms, and to be honest, nearly none of them was familiar to me. So I was wondering if we would encourage as well Australia to build up Australian platforms, Asian platforms, European platforms, if this would help to have some competition to also develop better mechanisms to protect children and teenagers, and that then the market would sort out which platform is the most suitable for the youngsters. And not also like Randy listed a lot of measures to protect the children, but maybe if we would have like different ideas from different stakeholders, there would be like a natural process of selecting which platform works best.
Good insight that I think can add and enrich the discussions. Please.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit to Victoria's point also. I think looking at the questions, you were talking about different kinds of competition that might make the regulations and the regulations available a bit more thoughtful, I guess. But I think also having looked at platforms across Southeast Asia and in part of the research that we're doing at EdTech Hub, I think we tend to see that the security and accountability measures tend to be framed more as like implementation issues rather than design principles for these platforms to follow. And often they're buried almost in like the terms and conditions that are very, like no one really reads it, right? And like no one really scrolls through, and it isn't really made explicit in these platforms' terms and condition. And sometimes we did like this textual analysis of terms and conditions of different technology platforms around Southeast Asia. And it was very surprising to see that embedded in those texts was something along the lines of, oh yeah, we're selling or we're sharing your data to certain institutions based on certain like laws and regulations. And so technically when when parents or children accept those regulations, it's not necessarily manipulation, but like if they don't accept those, then they aren't able to use those platforms. And I think there's that whole thing that we need to be cognizant of also, and maybe governments or policymakers really need to double down on looking at that and what that would mean for youth.
For another additional point about TOS, the extent to which TOS is actually explicit enough and user-friendly, as well as the opt-in and opt-out, which should be there as a design. So you cannot exclude a particular user because they don't agree with some sort of like point of the TOS. So this is another challenge. The first idea was also to include the competition regulations because it provides user with more options, right? So it actually helped to make it more healthier environment online, so people can choose different providers rather than looking into only very few because they captive the market by nature. So anybody from a different table would like to respond or add more? We collect all the ideas and then we consolidate it at the end. And feel free to speak in Bahasa as well, because we have a luxury to have a continuous translator here.
Oke, izinkan saya berbahasa Indonesia supaya lebih gampang. Jadi concern saya mungkin lebih ke yang tadi sudah disampaikan tentang verifikasi usia gitu ya. Menurut saya teknologinya kan kita udah punya ya, kayak misalnya kalau in marketplace or fintech, Tokopedia, Shopee, Grab, Gojek, kita bisa mengakses fitur yang verifikasi pakai usia. Kita foto dengan KTP, kita foto KTP, NIK dan sebagainya. Dan itu bisa memang sih tujuannya untuk keuangan ya, di otorisasi OJK dan sebagainya. Tapi apakah teknologi tersebut juga bisa digunakan untuk tanda kutip memproteksi kita gitu kan. Kalau dalam konteks anak, sebenarnya kita punya kartu tanda anak gitu, KIA. Dan memang sih sejauh ini kan untuk akses layanan publik tidak sampai ke ranah digital. Apakah memang itu bisa digunakan untuk memverifikasi usia secara langsung kayak gitu? Atau memang justru bahkan peraturan kita, hukum kita tidak memperbolehkan itu? Atau mungkin barangkali Mr. Chan atau Prof. Finlay dari Australia dan Jerman punya contoh verifikasi usia yang seperti itu yang mungkin bisa di-share juga sama kita kayak gitu. Terima kasih. Namanya Daniel, iya dari Iowa CTC.
And for our invitation to contribute to for Dr. Chan as well as Professor Mark Finlay on how to have a comparative learning from different region about age assurance. Please.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to respond to the previous panel at first, if I may, because there was a very important point that I would like to separate. We are talking about age verification and the systematic risks from platforms in the morning and right now, but the view we've had just with this panel, and I'm very glad for that we spoke about this, is the relationship between perpetrators and victims. And just very briefly, and I'll come back to your question after that, we must understand that there are different risks and dangers for young people, and not just the mere time they are spending, but they are also being attacked by perpetrators. And the solution to that, we would be looking at self-defense, which is the weakest point, of course, with social media competence. We're looking at parents, we're looking at teachers, we're looking at policemen, and none of that seems to solve the problem. Isn't that right? That's what we just learned. So we have to understand there are some problems that we will not solve with algorithms, and not even with content moderation, even if that works. And I do appreciate that Meta is actively developing. We have to understand that there are some problems that can only be solved through actual people, which is expensive. And what you need in your country and everywhere else is some people taking care of cases. And if you say police or teachers are not able for that, then you must make sure that someone will provide that service. And you will say, but that's very expensive. But hey, the social media platforms are taking $4 or $5 billion every year from this country as a profit to their home countries. And they could afford providing more safe. Sorry, Randall, it will not be deducted from your salary, but if you are inviting all these risks to your country, it is your choice to demand from the platforms that they provide safety, not only by design and algorithm, that on top, but also by financing the necessary infrastructure. And that is extremely expensive, I do realize that. But with $5 billion US, you can finance a lot of infrastructure, and could be either infrastructure provided by the service providers, or it could be a tax or a fee that will be handled by the government and then passed on to either NGOs or government. I'm not from your country. I don't know whom you trust. That's up to democracy, how to spend that money. But we have to make sure we need someone to take care of victims. So let's get back to the question. Like you said, fintech always works, age verification. And the question really is it our problem to solve the age verification problem, or is it that of the platforms? And let me propose one idea here. Why do banks take care of age verification? Because it is their risk. And coming to Professor Finlay, he mentioned a couple of times that this is a business model dealing with our data. Your data, for some reason, is less worth than that in Europe, but it's still worth a lot of money. You pay with your data, and you pay something like $20 to $30 US every year to the platforms. So if a minor sells something, his data, his souls, his toys, whatever, I suppose it requires parental consent. So assuming that your legal system is quite similar to that in continental Europe, when a minor sells his data without parental consent, that contract is void. That contract is not valid. And that would mean that when a minor is selling his content, he could claim back the value of that, what he had given. That means if a 15-year-old signs up to Instagram, or let's say X for a change, then without consent of the parents, he could claim back all that money. That's what's going on, class action suits in Europe. People are suing Facebook because of breach of data, and they received 5,000 euro. One single user. He got 5,000 euro because of breach of data in Facebook. Now, I'm not saying that everyone should go to court, and I do realize that this is difficult in this country, but the reason why Facebook is implementing more security methods and investing more into security is because it's expensive. Because failure to do data security breaches are really expensive in Europe. You should make it more expensive to deal with your data cheaply. Thank you.
So respond to the questions that raised by Daniel about the age assurance and the extent, the experience in Germany. Can actually add more on this.
Could I just come in and make a quick response to 2 points that have been made so far? One is about the importance of protections at the design stage. I couldn't agree more, because algorithms now can be trained to a degree of complexity that they can guarantee offensive conduct, offensive content. They can identify all of this with very little cost to the platform and very little energy. Now, if you go to the movies, to the cinema, you go and see a movie, you expect that there will be a censor's rating on that movie. So your children can be protected in the simple censorship process. Now, with social media, it's absolutely possible for algorithms as they're created to be trained to pick up those community standard censoring decisions at the content stage, so that every post, every piece of information that comes to you without necessarily your consent or your expectation can have, if you like, a rating, an algorithmic rating. It's easy to do, and it's important that we do it. And associated with that, the point that was just made by the last intervention is that if we are concerned about the commercialization of our data, the only way that we can react to that is if we know it's happening. Now, in China, the Chinese government is requiring third-party users to notify the data subject that there has been a reuse of their data. It's possible. They've asked the platforms to do it. WeChat is doing it now, so that you would get information if you simply wanted to ask for it, that your data was being reused, and you'd find out who was getting the commercial benefit of that. We'll never be in a situation where we can challenge it unless we know about it. And that's absolutely crucial. I often argue the first stage of good data regulation and good user protection is information. If we don't know about it, if we live in an information deficit, then we'll never be able to do anything to protect ourselves or protect our children. The final point was the point that Valentina made about competition. I couldn't agree with that more either. If you remember, TikTok 3 or 4 years ago was nothing. And then all of a sudden, it became the exciting rage amongst 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, because they could sing songs and they could get a better opportunity to post their digital identity. I would predict maybe in 10 years, much to the concern of our Meta friend there today, that Facebook will be dead, because it doesn't provide the same degree of fashionable access that young people want. Social media platforms can be created simply, they can be created locally, as long as they provide some sort of attraction to the user. And I agree that there should be many, many, many more that should be available to us. So we don't think the only place to go is Facebook or Instagram, or even worse, LinkedIn, because we're too frightened. If we don't go to LinkedIn, we'll never get a new job. I think it's absolutely crucial that we have that possibility. I would finish on LinkedIn, actually. LinkedIn is most probably the most oppressive of all the platforms, because people now think that if they don't have a LinkedIn profile, they don't exist in the employment market. And that's a terrible outcome if that's the way people are thinking. Let's use social media locally. Let's create our own media opportunities, even in our community, in our schools, wherever we like. Localize as much as we can and use social media to our benefit, because it's much easier to protect a small social media platform that isn't commercialized, but we're using it amongst our friends, our families, our community, than it is to rely, exactly as was said a moment ago, on some monster which is owned by the US or by China.
Thank you, Professor. It's again a good reminder from both of you. When you talk about grievance mechanisms, somebody need to taking care about victims, and I believe across the globe we are now thinking about, and different actors also promoting the framework of business and human rights principles, in which for company is also a responsible entities, and in that part, as a part of promoting and protecting human rights, companies is actually required to have what they call grievance mechanisms, especially as what Dr. Chan mentions, who's gonna taking care of those victims, because they are real persons and we cannot let them alone. Companies who has responsible for that is actually being promoted to have and to build up a good grievance mechanism within the platforms. Dr. Chan mentioned about the, like Mas Randy, about the revenue is actually perhaps come up from that, and then to build up a good mechanism that also help the government to do that. But both input about grievance mechanism as well as this one again, the possibilities of algorithm to also help to curb the negative adverse impact. I believe it's the underline of it is we need to have a strong government regulations to make that work for, so that can promote more compliance from the digital platform who own the infrastructure. So I have like 10 minutes more for intervention. I think we have two, one here and the other is Mas Randy, please.
So I would like to add a little bit on the reality of at least the child or the children in Indonesia. So the thing about consent here in Indonesia in social media, especially towards children, we are very, very smart and we are very, very, we're rebels basically as children, in which when the system asks us if we're 17, even though if we're 14, we're just gonna put our age as 17. And if it requires like parental consent, usually because our parents are equally as confused as we are, they just agree to whatever we ask for them. And the thing that even though with mechanisms and even though with sanctions that will be implemented further on, the fault is also on us, basically. It's not always on the system's fault, but it's also why are we consenting towards something that I think we just don't realize it yet. As children, because our parents don't really understand as well, because our teachers don't really understand as well, we just agreed, and we even though there are rules, even though there are mechanisms that are implemented by the system, we just go for it, we rebel, and we say that we're 20 years old already, or anything that makes us able to access the platforms. Why do we want to access these platforms? Because everyone is using it. I think the fear of missing out plays a really big role in this context, in which everyone uses Instagram right now, even though 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, they use Instagram right now. How can they access that? By faking their age. They want to try and access everything, right? And they feel like by lying by their age, they are exposed to everything that the internet has to offer, because in their imagination, the internet is a big place. It is a big place, but it's a dangerous place as well. So I think for the context in Indonesia, educating the parents equally, educating the teachers equally will take some time, especially by having the internet access possible in all the regions takes time, especially the digital literacy. So I think one of the solutions that can be implemented is how the platforms and how the internet can tailor the content towards the students or towards people that can find loopholes within the system. So I guess that's the answer. Thank you.
To bring up a very important aspect that hasn't been discussed across the table, which is digital literacies, the active participations, which assuming that parents and children also have a good knowledge on what should be and what should not be seen online. So, Mas Randy, please.
Yeah, I think one important keyword that we discussed earlier is on consistency. I think yes, competition is very important, and also this is also the reason, the force behind what many companies' decisions, including on providing safety for our users. And I think related to the Australia social media ban, for example, it is an experiment that's still evolving, but we already start seeing the issue because exactly there is no consistency across all digital platforms. It only designated 10 platforms, social media platforms. And when the ban started today, I think children there start to, from the press we learned that they're only moving to other platform that is not designated by the government. So I think what we need in Indonesia is a consistency. The regulations that can applicable to all digital platforms, which is PP Tunas is exactly that. So we then encourage the government to continue that consistency. And related to that also, I want to also touch to your question, Daniel, on whether government issued ID can be used. Yes, it can be used. But the problem in Indonesia is not everyone has government issued ID, especially for teenagers. So I think it will be a challenge if we use a government issued ID as the mandatory age verification methodology, but it can be used. And for the fact, Meta also used government issued ID as the second layer verification if we find a discrepancy between the age that our user stated when they register and their behaviors, or someone reporting that this specific user is actually under 18. Then we start the second layer age verification using government issued ID. But again, it's not universal in Indonesia. So this is why we are pushing for ecosystem approach, a multi-layer age verifications. It should start at the device. It doesn't mean platform doesn't have the responsibility to verify. We still have the responsibility, but we need it to be conducted since parents setting up the device of their children, and then OS or App Store can then share the age signal without the specific personal data, only the signal of the age to every applications. So it will then help parents in more simple way to then decide which platform or which apps that their children can download and create account on it. It is simple for parents. It is consistent, have a consistency, and it's already. I think it will not reinvent a new technology because because Apple and Google are already collecting their user age. And there is also a technology, Age API, that share age signal with individual apps, but it's not mandatory. So if the government then decided it is mandatory and they take the multi-layer age verification approach, I think it will be very good for Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Randy, for the input. I believe it's a good warm-up and people are actually keen to talk more. but I have a time limitation. Somebody is flagging about the time limit that we have for these sessions. But some of the input coming up from the second round is actually very important, like the options that proposed by Meta, for example, a multi-layer approach in age verification so that it still comply to the principle of minimizing data collections, which is also part of the principle adopted by Indonesian government when it comes to personal data protection law. And then also talking about the literacy that raised by our friend here, it's also part of the idea with PP Tunas, government regulations that try to again promote a stringent protection for children online, in which the underline is the recognition of shared responsibility. So there is a limit that digital platform can provide, but there is another role that parent and children actually can also play in this regard. And to address that, I think the PP Tunas as well also regulate that society is also need to contribute in promoting the digital literacy. So it's not part of one stakeholder or the other, but it's a shared responsibility among different stakeholders. So hopefully with this, all the notes will be consolidated, and if there is any recommendation come from this event, then it should be there as a shared understanding and common recommendation from the participants. Again, thank you for all the participations in this discussion, and we look forward for another session to come. Please.
Let's have a round of applause for every one of us who have been joining this conversation since the morning and have raised concerns about this very important topic. So Dr. Indri and Mr. Randy, Dr. Un, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and everyone, thank you for sharing your concerns. Now we have concluded this event. We have reached the end of our journey together today. So we would like to capture this moment with one final group picture here on this venue. Everyone can stay on your table, but I need everyone to stand up. And I would like to invite Mr. Randy to join the VIP circle so that you will be at the center of the picture. And photographers, you can be on the stage to take the picture together. I would like to invite Valentina, Rafsi, Jaslyn to join at the VIP circle as well so that we can be visible. And every one of you, I need to check. I think it would be very great if we can stand up at our table, yeah, and look at the stage so that we can memorize our photos together. And if you'd like to have privacy for your picture, please let us know so that we will censor your face if you don't want to be incorporated here. But we hope that you are also part of this. Okay, come closer. I think those who are still at the back can come closer so that you will be in the picture as well. Okay, I will join as well with Nausali, our note taker. Thank you for taking notes. Nah, yang di belakang maju bagaimana ya? Nampak? Oke, ada yang nggak kelihatan kah? Bisa semua. Oke. Aku nutupin. Okay, everyone, smile wide, and I'll count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and have a free smile. 1, 2, 3. All right, and we haven't finished. Thank you so much. Yep, we can go back to our seat because we would like to hear one final remark from the organizing committee of this event, and after that we'd like to also invite you to a networking session. So this is not the end. We still have a couple of minutes to enjoy coffee, tea, and sweets together. But before that, this event would not be here without the help from Indonesian Institute for Education Reform. We are a group of youth who have concerns about education, and we see that education is not only about the education as a sector, but also as a means. So we'd like to hear from Mr. Rafsi to be on the stage and speak for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Azir, for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, and depending on the definition of legal or moral age, boys and girls, the world that we live in now feels like a world apart from that which some of us in the audience, especially the one that has been mentioned by Bu Julia in her opening speech earlier, is different. We grew up in a world where our door to the world went from pages of literary classics to 60-second videos with trending music and unrelated footage, taking up half of the screen estate. This is especially true for us, a generation with very low attention span. But one thing is consistent. It is that we all have this shared responsibility to protect and promote the rights of the child, people who we deem are the future of this world. Ladies and gentlemen, there are different ways in which the public sector across levels and regions protect the children, as we have seen and heard from the explanation by our previous speakers as well as moderators. For example, the United Nations has issued through various instruments and reports, especially, for example, General Comment number 25 of 2021 of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, which reminds us especially the 4 principles of child's rights. And as per the UNCRC, we need to follow this with a call to protect children in all of our countries, in all of our regions. Indonesia, for example, as we heard from Ibu Idas earlier, calls for a cooperative approach to protecting children through what we have known as PP Tunas. And Australia, for example, chooses a more blanket or thorough approach to the protection of the child. But what is most important today, ladies and gentlemen, is that we do this as an ecosystem of actors, that we realize the importance of working hand in hand together to protect those that we deem to be important, not only for us as individuals, but also as a society. And since we all want what is best for the interests of the child, do especially include children's voices in the making. As we heard earlier from Jaden and Talita, good representations of the next generation, I have a very big sense of optimism that the children, if we only give them the chance to be able to speak their minds and to contribute to discussions that are meaningful to the making of policies that will affect their lives, they are going to be very great resources, very great sources of inspiration for many changes that we can create. There are 3 things that I hope we all can take away from this event. 3 things that I hope will be actions that you will take in your respective capacities. The first one is to educate ourselves on the issues and the frameworks that has existed, the many laws that have been passed, the many ideas that we often miss in the bunch of reports from agencies, international organizations. Number 2 is that we should work together in our respective capacities by maximizing the avenues that we have through our own individual means. I'm very glad to share with you that today we have representatives from all sorts of sectors, including from the government, from education institutions, from communities, including from foundations. These are stakeholders that at Education Reform we believe are the components to making a great ecosystem in education. And I hope that this also makes for child protection more broadly and the promotion of the rights of children. And lastly, it is to keep each other's in check. For example, us as the private and private sector and NGOs, CSOs, to the public sector. We need to keep each other reminded of the importance of protecting our children and the next generation, and vice versa. Before I end this remarks, I'd like to ask all of us to appreciate all of the people that have made this event possible. Firstly, I'd like to thank the speakers as well as the moderators joining us online and offline. We also would like to thank CAS Singapore for the great support that you have given, especially Bu Julia and the team at Habibie Center for giving us this opportunity to work together with you. This has been a great pleasure to make this issue more known to the public, and especially our team at the Indonesian Institute for Education Reform, who have for the longest nights been staying up all night to realize this vision, to invite many of you to come today, and to actually filter through the many public registrations that we have, and to curate a list of very well-minded and well-intended individuals to contribute to this discussion. And let us not forget the people who we often overlook in this statement, the technical team at the back of the room, as well as the interpreters who are in the booth. But I would be remiss not to mention that all of you are to be appreciated for your presence today, as this is a start to many great things ahead. I would like to end this with a modification of a bit to what we know classically as a wise statement, a wise phrase. As it takes a village to raise a child, let us not forget that it takes all of us to raise the children of this nation. Thank you very much.
What a way. What a way to end this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Rafsi Albar, for the closing remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event today. We would like to invite you to a networking session at the foyer so that we can get to know each other and we can collaborate hand in hand to actually strengthen children's rights and make online safety in Asia and Europe happen. So thank you everyone for coming to this event, and please enjoy some coffee and networking and keep this momentum going. But before that, there is a QR code and also link to our evaluation form that we ask you to tell us what we can do better in the upcoming events. So please take a moment to fill in the form. And after you have finished, you can stand up, shake hands with all your peers, and enjoy the coffee and networking session at the foyer. I'm Azhar, your Master of Ceremonies, would like to thank you and see you again. Goodbye.